right into it. I mean, we got everything going on right now. The wind's blowing, the music's blowing, the boats are fired up, so let's race.
Absolutely. You know, Texas Tri-Hall, always a great way to kick off any race weekend here, especially at Port Neches, kind of the birthplace of these, you know, right here in Southeast Texas, this entire class. But as they come around turn 4 on the north end of the course, we're ready to get running under racing, and it looks like they draw for position here in this opening heat team, and it looks like that John Deere green, the 33 of John Ottinger on the outside of row 1, but then they're the 10 of Tanner Rinker on the inside of row 1. Gotta love that position. No, excuse me, that's a 17 of Neil Marsh. Somebody that loves that inside line 1. It's going to be interesting to see what happens here and how things shake out in the opening heat. It
is, but you know, if John gets a jump on him, I mean, he can hold it. Here we green.
All right, they drop the flag. What a jump there by 69. A Cole Waring in that Burnshausen oil machine as they run down into the south end of the course into turn 1. 2-turn, third-mile course here for the Texas Tri-Halls. Neil Marsh going wide to the outside, staying clear. But so does the 69 of Waring. Makes it through clean, moves his way up into second. Then it's a 37 of Mason Ringer there in fourth. But boy, the 69 of Cole Waring, is he on a mission here in 2026, Tim? Because it seems like he is laying it all on the line.
He is. You know, he's gotten a lot smoother since last year, and you can really see it. And he's starting to understand the craft of racing.
Absolutely. You know, I think he first came out here, he's like, oh, so this is essentially just like a demo derby, but on the water. And he's learning there's a lot more precision to really getting around this course. Now, you can move a guy out of the way every now and again, but you don't want it to be maybe the way you operate every race, as he used to find out.
No, and you know, last year he was over-trimming it a lot. So he's jumping in and out of the water. Now, the water's not turned up yet, but it's going to be in a couple laps. So he's got to just keep it nice and flat. And Neil knows his way around this course.
Yeah. The last person anybody else wants to see out front is the 17 of Neil Marsh. The man won 3 times in a row. And he is just continuing to push as he goes down the back straightaway there. We're going to stay with our leader, the 17 of Neil Marsh, now working down his way to the north end in turn number 2. He looks in his rear view, checks it as he goes through the turn, sees that 69 of Cole Waring in that Burnshausen oil machine as he is right there, staying on his hip. You can see him flash to the bottom of the screen there now as they go work their way down. Boy, it seems real rough out there, Tim. This wind is going to make things extra difficult for these Tri-Halls, especially as they continue to churn up the water here on the Neches River.
It is, and notice what Neil's doing. He is going outside a little bit. He's baiting Mullet to go up the inside, and then he's on the exact line he wants. So watch him in this corner. Mullet tries to go to the inside. Neil comes back over across, and it gives him nowhere to go.
It just washes him down. He's got to run through the wash. There's so much, you know, less grip or torque for the propeller to grab onto when you're in the wash of the boat in front of you. With the 37 of Mason Rinker, he's trying to find his own line. He's sitting back there in 5th position, or 4th position behind the 26 of Briston Sherman, as we finally got our lead boat, puts the first boat in the lap down, the 54 of Darren Ware, the man they call Caddy. But boy, Marsh is really running well.
Yeah, he's got the right line. He's taking Mullet's line, and that's what you want to do. You want to get out front. You want to control the race. So that way, you're putting the guy in the position where you want him.
Right, in the position where he doesn't want to be.
Exactly. It works both ways. You know, the guy in the lead, he's putting you where he wants you, and you're trying to find that perfect lap, but you can't go where you want to get it.
Absolutely. What a fantastic overhead shot of the bull ring that is Texas Tri-Hall racing here on the shores of the Neches River as the 17 of Neil Marsh continues to grow his lead. Briston Sherman and Mason Rinker doing battle as we've got the white flag out. Go fast, turn left. Just a few more times for the man from Michigan. The 17 of Neil Marsh and that GFL Environmental Groat Law machine. Groat Law, big sponsor coming on board for the 17 of Neil Marsh in 2026. And he's looking to bring some hardware back to the Groat Law firm there in upstate Michigan as he comes out of turn number 2. Ladies and gentlemen, like he's done so many times before here on the Neches River, taking qualifying heat number 1, the man they call the Dude, number 17, Mr. Neil Marsh.
He's excited. You see him whipping the wheel back and forth. Mullet comes in with a second, but you know who moved up on him? Oh, number 37.
Yeah, Mason Rinker. He said in Florida, listen, guys, this isn't a fluke, right? I'm here all season. I'm not going to be yanked across seas for his normal 9-to-5 job. He is in it to win it here. And there's something synonymous with the winning, and it is the Rinkers. So I wouldn't count him out at all. He really moved up well, got by Briston Sherman in a solid 3rd place finish.
Boy, I'm surprised his brother Tanner, look at him back in 10th. He must have something that's not quite right, because normally he runs up towards the front of the pack.
Well, yeah, and you see there, he was way off the pace, 7 laps down, so he must have had maybe gone under power, lost power out there, and then finally made his way back. Evan LaBeouf stepping in for the 03. And what happened to the 26 of Briston Sherman behind the 42 of Wyatt Zeller?
Briston was running third for a lot of that heat, and it seems like once Mason got around, it was a freight train coming through. Right
on. Let's take a look at a recap of the heat here in qualifying heat number 1 for the Texas Tri-Hulls. John Ottinger there starting in that John Deere green machine on the outside of row 1. There's Neil Marsh, multi-time champion here and kind of the master of everything Texas Tri-Hull. He got out early. There you see the 37 of Mason Rinker. He starts to work his way up. You saw the 26 of Briston Sherman, who he was going to end up doing battle with for quite the rest of the heat. There's the 69 of Cole Waring. He gave it everything he had, but a fantastic piece of driving, Tim, by the 17 Marsh, really pushing the 69 of Waring all over the course.
Well, the good thing is it's only heat 1. So don't get too excited if you're out there. You're running up front. You know that you've got the speed to compete. So look, heat 1, get it behind you, and then that'll give you a better starting position, because you're going to start in front of that guy.
Absolutely.
In heat 2, because you invert it.
Right, absolutely there. And we saw the 17 of Neil Marsh cross the start-finish line and cruise his way to victory, a place he is very familiar with. And you're exactly right. Let's talk a little bit about that as we get into things. Hello, everybody, wherever you are from across the world. Again, I'm Thomas Yarbrough, along with Tim Siebold. Along with Tim Siebold. Hello, race fans, wherever you are across the world. Welcome to round 2 here of the 2026 IHRA Formula 1 Powerboat Series. Tim, we started off in Bradenton, one day, real jam-packed, a very interesting and tricky way to start off the season for anybody. I don't care if you're coming from the north where the lakes were still frozen, or you're still having to get your off-season program ready and you're spending it here in southeast Texas. It was a scramble. Some came out on top. Some really struggled.
Well, it's all about who was prepared for the first race, and we kind of see that every year. You know, guys go, they do their testing, and they're not sure what their competitors have done.
Right.
So it's kind of a gamble. The other thing about Bradenton is we haven't raced there before.
Right.
Not as the IHRA Series. So we're going into a new place, a clean slate for some of these guys. They don't have the notes from years past, so they've got to work through that.
Right, absolutely. Now, complete opposite end of that spectrum, we come out here into Port Neches, Texas, for the 25th annual Port Neches River Fest, in a place that almost everybody who's on the water here this weekend has got a level of familiarity with. They've got old notes. They've got the tried and true things that they have done well. And for some of those drivers, we thought maybe Bradenton was going to be like a blip. You know, hey, what are they going to do? And here we go. We see some of those same drivers that were rising to the top doing the same here, even though there's so much history. And some of those drivers that we're typically used to seeing up top in our fast lap qualifiers found themselves middle of the pack at best.
Well, yesterday was rained out.
Yeah.
So they didn't get their normal test time.
Right.
But I'll tell you what, enough about this. Why don't we bring in the leader of the winner of the first heat, and I'm going to hand mine over to him.
Fair enough. All righty, we'll bring it in here, man. The man they call the dude, running for Grote Law, GTL Environmental, the 17 of Neil Marsh. Boy, Neil, it feel good to be back where you belong.
I love this place. It's been so great to us. We went through a lot this spring, tried to get some stuff broken in, and new motors, new old motors. Weather didn't cooperate. We ended up testing in a snowstorm, all that stuff. I want to thank everybody at home helping me out. Thank Brian and Jay, Sam at the house. We thrashed on this thing. We've been busy. You know what I mean? And,
yeah, man.
This little blue boat, man, I love it. It brings so much enjoyment to myself and my family, and all those great sponsors that we got at home, like Farmers Home and that Timberwood Antique Mall.
Absolutely, everybody back there from northeastern Michigan, really making sure that the dude in the team can make their way down here every year. You got a lot of history in this place. It's got to feel good to get back up on top. That kind of felt like riding a bike out there. Seemed like you were very comfortable in that position once you cleared Ottinger, even though you did have the 69 wearing on your tail all heat.
Yeah, he was coming up. I feel comfortable in there, but I always want more. We're always pushing. We're always tuning. And so we did some more adjustments on it just since testing, and we're still shaking this new old motor out. We call it Podium for one and only reason, right? Because that's where it puts us, and that's where it's been the whole time. So
right on.
We're happy to have that thing back on the back of this thing, and it is rolling, and we are having a good time.
Fantastic. Well, hey, man, get back to the pits, get everything dialed back in, and get ready for heat number 2. Congratulations, sir.
Love you, baby.
Ladies and gentlemen, your qualifying heat number 1 winner in the Texas Tri-Haul class, the man from Michigan, the number 17 of Neil Marsh. All right, and so that's going to wrap up qualifying heat number 1 for the Texas Tri-Hauls. And that's going to kick things off here for round 2. Again, Thomas Yarborough, Tim Siebold bringing you all the live racing action all weekend long. Boy, Tim, that's a great way to kick things off. And then we see here, look at the banners whipping over there as we've got all the great folks that come down here every year to Port Neches, Texas. This is a little bit different. We don't normally see wind get really constant like this. You may have some gusty stuff. It'll swirl a little bit. But talk about what this is going to do to the course today out here for all the classes with this wind, 15 plus miles an hour coming northeast, moving more out of the east. That's going to completely change things from what even was this morning.
Well, we got a couple things going on. We got the wind. It's kind of coming northeast right now, which helps us because the tide's going south. And when they work against each other, it gets extremely rough here. And, we normally aren't in these coats when we're down in Port Neches.
Correct.
But it throws a little bit something different at the guys. I mean, you can see by the IHRA flags how stiff it's blowing. It's 13, 14 miles an hour, gusting up to 26 miles an hour.
Right.
And, this course typically for the Formula One boats has a little bit of a dog leg on the front straightaway.
Yeah.
And right where in front of us, that's where you get always a gust of wind. Now, today it might not be too bad because it's kind of coming across this way in the northeast position. But it's going to be heck on those guys.
Yeah, we definitely saw that in testing earlier this morning as they were making their way. It's turn 4 for the Formula Lights class, but it almost ends up being like a dog leg, like you said, for the Formula One class. A lot of boats getting really squirrely and really loose and making their way through that chicane. As you can see, shot there from the boat ramp, getting pretty rough. Coming up next, we've got the Formula Ones are back on the water. They've concluded their testing and fast lap qualifying earlier this morning. And, there was some pretty interesting notes that came out of that. Normally in fast lap qualifying, you'll have a couple of guys within that first second there. But if we take a look at fast lap qualifying, first off, Jared Jensen going on the pole, 29.229, going sub 30 seconds for the young driver out of Colorado. I think the monkey is definitely off his back from Port Neches last year, and now he's really looking to put things into overdrive. What a fantastic run for the 29 of Jared Jensen going on pole here for qualifying heats.
Last year for Jared, it started off so horrible because it blew it over in the very first test session, and then he didn't get to run a couple of the rounds. But by the time we got to August in Marble Falls,
absolutely,
all of a sudden things started to click for them. They got their boat back. Rick Hoffman fixed their boat for him, so he was in the number one boat again, and he's very comfortable in it. And the team has just been kind of gelling ever since then.
Absolutely.
They got Todd Fitchin, who used to help Greg Foster on the Wentz team, and he comes in as a crew chief, and Scott and Ronnie, so they got a good program going on.
Yeah, actually had a chance to talk to him, and he said, I said, man, that was a lap. He goes, I give the credit, all the credit in the world. Every little thing I told him, he did exactly what I would have done if I were him. Exactly what he should have done, he did every time. And when you have that sync between your crew chief or spotter, the person that's that extra set of eyes and ears around the course, and the driver, when you're in sync like that, I can imagine it makes it so much more easy. Yeah, for sure.
I mean, every team, no matter what kind of discipline of motorsports you're in, that's what they're going for. That's where they want to be. The crew chief, the driver, the team, all on the same page, and it shows.
Absolutely. And, you know, we see second off the start dock here in qualifying Heat 2. He was 29.442. So 2 100ths behind, very, very close. The 52 of Chris Rinker chooses the 4-stroke package over the 2-stroke package. You think that had something to do with this wind?
It could have, but you know, Chris has been concentrating for the last couple years solely on the 2-stroke. Now, all of a sudden, we come to the first race of the year, he's in the 4-stroke. Second race of the year, so you can see where their mindset is now.
Right.
And the more they run it, the better they're going to be.
Absolutely. I think Dustin Terry is an absolute perfect example of that. He's committed, he went all in, and it's done nothing but reward him with back-to-back titles. So third off the start pontoon in qualifying heat, the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo. He always seems to be there, 29.550. So him and 52 of Rinker right on top of one another. Fourth, the 13 of Grant Schubert, still sub-30 with 29.565. So we have 29.55 and 29.565 separating. That's third and fourth. And the 29-second laps continue, Tim. We got fifth, the 24 Spencer Love, 29.618. Sixth, the 1, our two-time defending champion, 29.717. Kyle Maskell, the Canadian out of Chilliwack, British Columbia, going 29.952. And then finally, in 11th position, right? Is that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7? In 8th position, we finally break the 30-second mark, and that's not even. That's still less than a second. So we're talking less than a second between the top 11 boats. Now let's rewind to 2017. Is that the point? Was that the point of what you and John put together that has now become the IHRA? So you can get 11 boats within a second of one another in qualifying?
Well, our goal has always been, will always be, to have a parity within the racing. So when you have that, all the teams have been stepping up their program, and it's tight. I mean, the competition is extremely tight. So you make one bobble out there on your hot lap, all of a sudden you're a second off the pace. You're down in 12th, 13th position.
I mean, you and I, between the two of us, probably have more years of boat racing knowledge than we'd like to admit. It's hard pressed to find 11 boats within a second of one another. All right, well, hey, we'll be right back with the start of the Formula One qualifying heats here at the 25th annual Port Neches River Fest, round 2 of the IHRA Formula One Powerboat Series, right after this. The Port Neches River Fest, the 25th annual, here in 2026 at the shores of the Neches River. Neches Federal Credit Union, a true community bank feel with low rates, fast approvals, where your money feels right at home. VP Racing Fuels, the choice of champions for decades. You can benefit from VP's expanded line of performance additives for your boat, daily driver, or weekend warrior. Seaway Marine, your one-stop boat motor shop for current and vintage outboards, as well as stern drives. Find them online at seaway.com. Mercury Racing, the leading provider of high-performance marine propulsion systems for the discerning boater around the world. Learn more about its wide-open line of outboards, stern drives, and propellers at mercuryracing.com. All right, race fans, welcome back. Here as we've got boats on the water for qualifying heat number 1 here. First of 3 qualifying heats in the Formula One class here at round 2 of the 26th season. Tim, while we were at break there, you and I were chatting. The most interesting thing about qualifying Our winner from round 1, the 14 of Andrew Tate, clips a buoy during Group B. We split them up into 3 groups. He hits a buoy, gets DQ'd. He's last off the start dock. And considering we've got 11 boats of the 16 within a second of one another, that seems like a monumental mistake or, hurdle that you're going to have to overcome.
Well, he's got a couple things going on. He's coming off, hernia surgery.
Ooh.
So he's a little tender. So he got in the boat. We didn't have testing yesterday. Then he almost blew it over on his qualifying lap, and he said when it came down, it chimed in, and he went over into the buoy. And I said, he thought he was a little too aggressive to get it down. But I'm like, the alternative is you were too late and it didn't come down. So you're better off hitting that buoy.
Fair.
Not getting your timed lap, but you're still in the race.
Right. The one benefit, there are no points lost in that qualifying lap, right? So he hasn't lost any points yet. Now, he clips the buoy, gets shuffled the back. In qualifying Heat 1, he may go from 50, 43, right, so one of those top point positions to just a few points in hand going into Heat 2. That would be much more detrimental. So I guess looking at the bright side of things, at least he got the mistake out of the way before it became much more detrimental. He's obviously a consummate professional. He's literally been successful at every type of race boat he's ever been behind the wheel of. So I guess if anybody could come from last and get up into the top, even though there are 11 boats within 1 second, it could be the 14 of Andrew Tate.
And that's correct. Andrew's been around the block, so it's not like he's coming into this first time. But here's the other mindset that you have to have is when that happens to you, what you need to do is you need to say, look, I've got 3 heats to get to where I need to be. So I don't have to do it in the first heat.
Correct.
So don't put yourself in a bad position. Go through, get as many points as you can every time you're out there.
Absolutely. You want to win the battle, you want to win the war, right?
Yep,
I mean, look at Dustin Terry last year. Didn't win a race, won the war.
Yeah,
was always there,
right.
Always in the battle. And I think, along with parity, consistency is
a must.
It's a must, right?
It's a must.
With the parity. And I think we're seeing that. Drivers can go out and have a good weekend and ride that high note, but if they don't find a way to level raise the floor of their program and make that the consistency, they will see that drop off because the competition level is just so high here on the IHRA Formula 1 Powerboat Series.
You know who's going to win our Formula 1 championship this year? The guy that has the best worst day.
Absolutely.
The guy that just is off that weekend and gets more points than he should.
Right.
That's going to be our guy that ends up the winner.
Rarely does it not happen. I mean, we've seen it a couple of times where, you sweep the season. It's been done twice, but it is a rare occurrence. So you're going to find a bad weekend, and how do you weather the storm? How do you battle through it? And it starts right here. I mean, none of these guys really probably expected 15 to gusting to 25 mile an hour winds when they got down here. That's it's a little more atypical than what we're used to. Yeah. We're used to some rain, but normally we don't. Once the rain's gone, the wind kind of goes along with it. So that'll definitely throw a twist at things. And we've got some drivers in new boats. The 98 of Aiden Benton acquiring a composite craft. Now, I saw he had to pull off the course during fast lap qualifying, but looks like he's getting loaded in. And the 22 of Kyle Maskell making the long, arduous trek from way out on the west coast in British Columbia all the way down here, and he's looking scary fast. I mean, he's sitting in that top 6, right there in that 6th position, half a second off of the pole?
Man, you can throw a blanket over those guys at the front because they're so tight. Another one is Johnny Fleming. He has not gotten a lot of experience in that 4-stroke package that he has. So they had an electrical issue earlier. So they were putting some new batteries in so that way he can get back out there today.
Gotcha.
So it's all good. You got a lot of guys that are coming off the winter and they're just not quite ready. So
it's going to be interesting. You see the 99 of Travis Yates in a new to him boat. He's on a DAC loaned to him by McCullough Racing. and he's out there in that 99. A little hard to see the numbers on the side of the 99, but that's a JH Performance sponsored. Travis Yates out there just finally making his way to the water. Just a last boat or two. Looks like we've got 3 boats left to get loaded into the water here before we get cracking. There he is, the 99 of Travis Yates in that DAC. That's an Italian-built Formula One. That's been around the block. It's seen its fair share of wins, podiums, wrecks, and others, but a very solid and safe boat that Guido Cappellini builds 100%. There in the foreground, that is your pole sitter, ladies and gentlemen, going 29.442. The 29 of Jared Jensen, the young driver out of Windsor, Colorado, somehow pulling a rabbit out of the hat, letting them all know, hey, everything here in 2026, you don't watch out, it's going to run through Windsor. But we just got these last boats loaded, wind making things a little trickier. It's always a tight day here in Port Neches. The crowds are starting to fill up towards the fence lines. The weather's beautiful, Tim. I mean, could you ask for a better event? You've got the carnival. I mean, every age group is checked, right? The little nuggets want to go do some fun carnivals for a minute. Boom.
Car shows.
Absolutely. They got concerts every night.
Dog show.
A guy like myself, I spend most of my time there in the food court area with all the Amish donuts and the pork chops on a stick and all the other fantastic foods that they have available here at the Port Neches River Fest. 25 years, a quarter of a century. Thanks to great partners like Neches Federal Credit Union and all the great local sponsors that are here year in and year out and have been partners with us. IHRA on board here for the first time in 2026, but it's partnerships like this one that grow over time that continue to allow us to have some fantastic communities to come racing in, and it's very reciprocal. We love seeing them, they love seeing us, and everybody is always looking forward to making their way down here to Southeast Texas in early May.
All the racers love coming to Port Neches. It's a place that you want to do well, and I like this year they got the Jumbotron that's showing the racing for the fans over there too.
Yes, that's fantastic.
So, even though you're front and center of the race course in the fan area and the VIP area just to our left, but then you got the Jumbotron on top of it. It helps. Absolutely.
And, for those obviously watching on our social media platforms on YouTube, you're already here. But those you hear locally here at the Riverfest, for those of you here locally at the Riverfest, don't forget to check us out on all our social media platforms at IHRA F1 Powerboat Series on Facebook, YouTube. Oh, I see we got a new sponsor dawning on the side of the one of Dustin Terry. There's Jeff Reno. He made his way out on the course. The Silver Bullet out of Okeechobee, Florida. In that, I believe that's a Molgard. Yes.
Yep.
Boy, who would have ever thought? And there we go. There's the one of Dustin Terry with his new sponsor, C&M Concrete. Matt Saddle getting into the mix, but the 34 of Jeff Reno, the man from Okeechobee, Florida, running that Molgard. Molgards have started to make their way here in the U.S. a bit more. We saw him at Formula Lights, but that Molgard's done some winning here as well. I think Jeremiah Mayo won here a few years ago with that boat, did he not?
He got second. Got second in the Molgard.
Was that with like 3 blades left on the prop and half a skag on the lower unit?
That's right, one blade left. And Christian Molgard builds a fantastic product. All over the world they're raced, and he does a very good job. The boats are very safe. So we're good to see Jeff in that. Number 34, Molgard.
Yeah, absolutely. And so I think we've got everybody on the course now. And we're going to get them lined up here. They're going to run a hot lap. They'll line up on the start pontoon. We'll take a look and run you through that starting order. And then we're going to run our modified Le Mans start. That's how we operate all 3 qualifying heats as well as the main event, at least the opening start. Once we run the opening start, if there are any restarts required, much like in all of motorsports, we are going to go to then a rolling start. But our modified Le Mans start modified in the way that these boaters are completely shut off. There is no power coming to the motor whatsoever while they are lined up on the start pontoon. We start at 1 minute. We work our way to 20 seconds. Once we hit 20 seconds, we go under starter's orders. Probably the bane of the existence of every powerboat racer that's had to go under modified Le Mans start is watching the starter and him dropping the flag. Once they drop that flag, the guys take off.
The concentration level that you have when you're running a Formula One boat starts at the start dock. So you are focused in on that guy's arm, any movement whatsoever, you're going. And you've got to consistently stay focused so that way you can put the boat and make it where you want it and make consistent laps going forward.
Absolutely. And so once they take off from the start dock, they're going to go through the middle of the course, down to the far north end, through turns 3 and 4. And then once they cross the start-finish line, we will start lap 1 of the first opening qualifying heat here in Formula One. Now, you notice that if you can see they're getting the bridge set up there, that is because the start dock is only so long, and we have so many drivers here that we want to make sure that we have everybody enough room, so we provide some additional space. There's the green flag dropping hot laps. There's the man sitting on the pole at 29.442, the rocket ship from Colorado, leading the charge down into the north end of the course to warm these Formula One motors up before we get underway with our first of 3 qualifying heats.
You know, one thing these guys really got to watch when they're going on the first lap, you see right where he came through, it's got a lot of wind coming through there. See the water?
Oh, absolutely.
And so you got to watch that coming down the front straightaway. You also have to watch turns 1 and 2, because after everybody takes off, you've got all that turbulent water that is going to migrate right down to turn 1 and 2.
Right, that current's just going to carry it.
You gotta
through it.
You gotta go a little easy through the first turn, first 1 and 2 turns.
Absolutely. I just see there, we see on the screen John Jensen. Boy, I mean, this is 2 races in a row. So he's 100% for racing on the season now. You know, the back was in a little rougher shape than he thought it was at the opening round, so he wasn't able to finish nearly where he wanted. Looking a lot better this weekend, looking fast out there. And the team from Colorado now bringing 2 boats from Windsor down here to Southeast Texas. And I mean, and if you look at the 37.27, he's less than 2 seconds for a guy who's coming off of out of a blip here or a blip there. He's got that's a pretty darn good time, a 37.27.
Second half, and you know, Bradenton was John's first race in a Hoffman.
Right.
So he had always come out of the Seabold boats, which he ran forever, and the Hoffman's got a little bit different feel to it because it's a wider tunnel and it's got more tail lift. So instead of the back end of the boat kind of giving you a little more secure ride by being in the water, this one flies the back of the boat and you're kind of driving it downhill a little bit compared to a Seabold. So it's a different feeling. You got to get used to that, but guess what? It looks like he's getting used to it pretty quick.
Absolutely, because he laid down a 37.27 for that 12th position. But we got him lined up there. We got the 29 of Jensen, then the 52 of Chris Rinker. I mean, he's always been there. He's been right there for a couple of years. You know, he not the best showing at the opening round in Bradenton, but I think still a top 6. He collected points. He was there for all the qualifying heats. Now he's got a chance, right? This is step 1 here this weekend, right? There's 4 steps in the weekend. This is step 1.
Oh yeah, and they are getting to grips with that 4-stroke package. It's a different boat, even though it's a Moore boat built in France, which is what they've been running. But it's a different design because of the 4-stroke engine package, which carries a little more weight than the 2 strokes.
Yeah, it does. It'll be interesting to see. And then, because then you got another 4-stroke right behind him. The 8 of Jeremiah Mayo had the choice between the 2, ran both, decided to go with the shorter, wider 4-stroke built Hoffman. That's, you know, it's seen the water a few times now, and I was honestly surprised. He's just had so much success here with the 2-stroke package. Really stunned that the 8 of Mayo went with the 4-stroke, but I guess, you know, he's been doing this long enough that I guess the data doesn't lie, does it?
Well, the Formula One boat is as much an airplane as it is a boat. So you're flying this thing as much as you're driving it. So that means you have to have a high comfort level in order to say, look, I'm going to race this package. And I think Jeremiah is just coming to terms with that. Right. So he's starting to feel better in the 4-stroke, and you see it. And then you got Spencer in his tried and true 2-stroke, and that's a package that he's run for the last couple years. So it's good, 2-stroke, 4-stroke, 4-stroke, 2-stroke. So it's very competitive.
Absolutely. And we're going to see, when they drop the flag here and these guys come running, it's always my heart. I kind of hold my breath till they get through turn number 3, right? It's just, I guess it's the being around tunnel boat racing as long as we have.
It's intense.
It is what it is. Like, you've seen so many times things not necessarily go all that well for some people in those corners, and you're always waiting for that other shoe to drop, and it's like a nice sigh of relief when it doesn't, and everybody comes through the first corner and takes off down the front straightaway, and then the chase is on.
Well, the thing, the Formula One boats that no other motorsports has besides boat racing is the fact that you got a huge rooster tail coming 150 foot out the back of the boat. You can't see on either side of it, and you can't be right in the middle of it. Otherwise, you're just going to ride that up. So it really makes the vision, and that's where you got to have a good team where they're on the radio with you, telling you what's clear and what isn't when you can't see it yourself.
Right, absolutely. Add to that the fact that you have to stay inside of an imaginary lane. There's no markers, there's no lasers on the water, there's no heads-up display in the cockpit. It's, you got to stay between this guy, and you got to make sure that you're all on the same page. And to me, that's what's so impressive, the level of trust that all these drivers have with one another to ride so close, but no, like, hey, I'm in my lane, you're in yours.
That's the good thing about running with the group of guys over and over and over is you learn their tendencies. So my dad used to say, you got to know what your competitor's going to do before he knows he's going to do it. And that's why these guys can trust each other, because they know, look, Kyle Maskell, he likes to run in lane 1. And Dustin Terry, he likes to be in lane 2 or 3, right, because that's where his boat and his comfort level is. So everybody goes through it a little bit different, and their approach to it. You'll see Dustin will come into turn 1 and he'll be a little wide. So that way he can dive in on the buoy and he doesn't have to kill the corner speed.
Right. That's his way. That's how he's learned how to navigate that 4-stroke package on the back of that Hoffman. It is, as much as it is, you're still driving a Formula One tunnel boat. It's a very different approach to driving than you would with a motor that's, half the physical weight on the back of the boat.
Well, and a Formula One tunnel boat doesn't track straight like your car does going down the highway. No. These things are almost, it feels like a helicopter ride, because you're kind of going back and forth, and you got to let the boat do that a little bit. And you're controlling it with the steering wheel for the turning. You're controlling it with the out trim, the in trim, and the seat of your pants for the feel.
Right, and all of those things are necessary to be able to put yourself in the best place, race in and race out.
Well, you have the wind like today. Well, you can throw your trim gauge out the window, because wherever it normally runs, you can't run it there now.
Right.
So it's got to be that feel of how the boat is.
Absolutely. All right, we're waiting for our final driver to get lined up. That is the man who won the opening round of 2026 in Bradenton, Florida. He hit a buoy in qualifying.
So you got another boat behind him, but that is Dylan Anderson. So in testing his 4-stroke, he had a power steering failure. So then when it came to qualifying, he qualified as 2-stroke, but you notice he jumped back in his 4-stroke. That forces him to go to the end of the dock and lose his qualifying time.
If you're going to do it, you might as well do it now. It's funny, I was talking to somebody after Fast Lap qualifiers about that specific thing. Like, I'm really stunned that Dylan Anderson went out in the 2-stroke. He's just had so much success in the 4-stroke package lately. You know, coming the back half of last season, he just had done so well in that motor package. I was kind of surprised. And I was like, you know, and I was explaining to the individual, if he jumps in, he can't just willy-nilly jump in these other boats because he wants to. You pick one, you stick with it, or you get penalized. But again,
he doesn't lose any points this way.
Right, risk mitigation. Yeah. Hey, if we're going to do it and we can get it fixed, we need to get it fixed for qualifying. It looks like there's finally the 13 at Grant Schubert.
Finally, Grant came out, and he wasn't able to go in his, fourth position he should have been in. So if you come out to line up and you're not in your right position, you also will have to go to the end of the dock.
Yeah, and so that's got to be frustrating for him. That was one of his best qualifyings. He qualified 4th, and now instead he's all the way back in 16th position as he makes his way down to the end of the start dock. They're getting the pole out there. Looks like we might have some information on what happened with the 13 at Grant Schubert.
His crew just told me that they had a starter problem on it, so they had to change the starter out, and that's why he's late getting out there.
He's just lucky they didn't drop the flag with him still sitting on the dock, having to follow. I mean, again, another benefit of tunnel boat racing is because we go through the middle and back around, he would have been able to fall in line essentially in the same place he is now, other than the fact that he might not be able to make up ground with that approach. Now, if I'm Grant Schubert, though, I look at it and I got Dylan Anderson and Andrew Tate to my left. Not where you would expect to see those guys.
Not
when
where you want to be.
When you're on the and that's going to make it even harder for somebody like him to work through because he's got fast boats that are going to try to make moves on their own, and there's only so much room on the course.
Well, the good thing is, though, it's always harder for the initial guy to make the hole, and once he does, then a couple guys can go in behind him and pass and make some of the passes better, easier, let's say. So that will be a plus for Grant. And for me, I'd much rather start at the end of the dock than I would picking up the tail as they come by with everybody already rolling.
Gotcha. All right, we got a test flag out on the course there. Test flag to see where that starter is going to be coming from. He's out in our rescue boat right there off of the start-finish line. We're coming up on the 1-minute gun here to open qualifying.
So we'll have 2 flags here today. So the first 10 boats will start on the first flag, and the second remaining 6 will start on the second flag. And the reason we do that is so that way we don't have so many boats in the first turn together.
Right, especially
much safer.
Yeah, absolutely. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen, coming up on the 1-minute gun. 1 minute, drivers, 1 minute. Will the young driver out of Windsor, Colorado, his first time on the pole here in Port Neches, come out like a rocket? 50 seconds, drivers, 50 seconds. Or will the switch over to the 4-stroke by the 52 of Chris Rinker, looks like maybe full-time here in 2026, be the ticket? 40 seconds, drivers, 40 seconds. The 8 of Mayo in that all-white, orange trimmed Ray Bobs. He's got the 4-stroke as well. Can he come off the beach? Now moving up in third, 30 seconds, drivers, 30 seconds. Or it'll be the 24 of Spencer Love, the 1 of Dustin Terry, maybe the 22 of Kyle Maskell. Let's see who's going to take qualifying heat number 1. 20 seconds, drivers. You're under starter, so does the flag is up. He drops the flag. Oh, no, the 22 of Maskell doesn't fire.
He didn't fire.
Oh.
And he's the first one on the outside of the gate.
Absolutely, so he's going to get his nose chopped. And a great jump by the 52 of Chris Rinker as we follow him down here. Look at the 24 of Spencer Love. He goes way wide. Everybody stays clear, but the 29 is Jensen, able to go pin to pin. Does a great job, makes it clear. And now he's going to come strolling down the front straightaway. But the 24 of Spencer Love right on his tail. And looks like the man.
Spencer got a great start.
Fantastic start. Like he shot out of a cannon, and he is rolling down the backstretch, and they're all bulked up there. The 8 of Mayo now, the 1 of Terry. Man, he finds that wide line and just gets cruising down the back straightaway. He's already moved up into 4th, but the 29 of Jared Jensen's now got to try to manage those emotions, control that focus, because he's out in front right now, the place that he's not used to being.
Well, right now what he's got to do is he's got to lay down a couple hot laps. What he wants to do is give himself a little bit of breathing room in between him and Spencer, so that way later on in the race when they catch up to lap traffic, he doesn't have to make any quick decisions.
Right, absolutely. And he can choose not to pass a guy because he doesn't want to catch him in the corner.
He can take his time, and that way he's not putting himself in a bad position.
Makes a ton of sense. The one of Terry now coming out of turn number 4. He's fighting like a dog coming out of 4, now trying to track down the 52 of Rinker. That Black Beauty with C&M Concrete on the sides, dancing all the way down the front stretch. That 4-stroke 8PX Mercury Racing Machine on the back of that Hoffman Composite Formula 1. Dives it down on a turns 1 and 2 now. Right behind him, that's the 71 of Jimmy Kerr
in 5th. Yeah, he's having a good run right now.
He was able to get by the 8 of Mayo. That doesn't happen very often. Jeremiah is not somebody who gets past very easily.
No, and I think it's just getting used to that 4-stroke starting, and he may have to work on that a little bit. But look what Dustin Terry coming by is his rear cowling. His rear cowling is slipping back. Keep an eye on number 1 because his rear cowling is starting to slip back, and that could lend himself to getting water in the motor.
Absolutely. Not only that, but the aerodynamic changes when you lose that rear cowling and that wind swirling right behind it. Right, exactly. And stability is one of the things you want when you're seeing 15 to 20 mile an hour winds out here on the Neches River.
That's for sure. You know, Jared Jensen doing a great job out front. Spencer and him look like they're going toe-to-toe right now. And Chris and Dustin are running about the same pace as well.
Right, but Jimmy Kerr's right on top of him, so Dustin hasn't been able to pull away from him yet. There we see now that's the 98 of Benton and the 17 of Anderson now finally making their way down into turn 3 and 4. Dylan Anderson only moved his way up to 10th. Aiden Benton in 11th.
Aiden just stopped in between turns 1 and 2.
Oh no, looks like we got a boat dead on the, and to me that looks like something that might be engine related, as it was just such a quick shut off. There he is in that River Sports Recreations number 98. They call him Captain Canada. Having a rough go of it here in qualifying heat number 1. There's the 17 of Dylan Anderson. He's trying to get inside the top 10. That's going to mean he's got to get by the number 2 of John Jensen in that Island Lake Marine Machine as they move their way down to the south end of the course in turns 1 and 2. Now we're going to pick back up with 14 of Andrew Tate. He's made his way up into 8th position, trying to claw his way back after clipping a buoy in the fast lap time trial that saw him shuffle to almost the end of the start pontoon.
You know, Travis Yates just went by in the 99. He's in a different rig for this weekend, too.
Absolutely, yeah, he's running that bar. Oh, no, the 22 of Maskell is down, coming out of turn number 4. The 22 of Kyle Maskell, young man out of Chilliwack, British Columbia, running for Barrett Custom Marine. Looks like he might have some engine damage or something going on that's going to force him to retire here the earliest at just about the halfway stage here of qualifying heat number 1.
Grant Schubert and Jeff Reno having a heck of a battle on the back straightaway.
It's just amazing to me. He had to start because something was wrong with his starter, so he had to go to the back of the start pontoon. But even the guy who qualified in 13th, he is having a heck of a time getting around him, and he qualified 4th.
And now Jared Jensen is coming up on them, both of them. So the longer this race goes, the harder and harder it is going to be for the leader to put a lap on these guys because they get faster and faster. But you can see he's having a hard time getting by Grant Schubert, the number 13, on the back straightaway, and Spencer Love is gaining on him.
Absolutely. You know, we saw him stretch out a little bit. I think now we're going to see him bunch back up because all the leaders are going to be going slower because they're going to have such a harder time getting around some of the back markers. You see, again, the 13 at Grant Schubert is fighting hard. He's not going to give up that position because he knows every point is so important. He stays wide to the outside there. The 24 of Love diving down underneath right behind him as well. But it is, I mean, look at how much closer all those boats are together because these lap markers are not just going to move over and get out of the way. They are moving because the guy in 15th is only a second and a half slower than the guy in 1st.
Well, here's the other thing. We got a lot of wind today, and the longer these boats run, the lighter the fuel load is, which changes the handling. So some guys will use a little bit of the fuel load for ballast in the wind, but a lot of them will put extra weight in the boat. So we'll have to see how this handles as the race goes on.
Absolutely. As we continue to stay with our leader, the 29 of Jared Jensen. Now he's getting by the 34 Okeechobee, Florida native of Jeff Reno. He goes down, dives down to the inside, and leaves the 34 of Reno in his wake as he comes down front straightaway. Now looking to eye up the 99 of Travis Yates and that Jade Performance gray and black McCullough Racing that lone boat from McCullough Racing. And boy, 29 of Jensen makes short work out of the 99 of Travis Yates. Travis moves wide onto turn 3. He goes bang, bang, in and out of turns 1 and 2. He's on the gas and back down the back straightaway, 105, 110 plus miles an hour as he goes flying down to the north end of the course.
Chris Rinker is still hanging in there. Spencer's having a hard time getting to the lap traffic, and Chris is starting to reel him back in.
And look at this battle we got here between for 4th, 5th, and 6th. In 4th, the 1 of Terry, 71 of Kerr in 5th, the 8 of Mayo in 6th, and they are all over each other as we have got just 1 minute 34 seconds remaining as they all come out of turn number 4.
Here they are on the front straightaway. Let's see, you got Dustin is on the inside, which is unusual. Jeremiah makes the pass on the outside.
Back, can he make it stick after he goes through the wake of, that's,
he couldn't hold lane 1.
That's what I was afraid of. He knew he was going to have to hug it tight to stay out of the wash at Terry, and he almost barrel rolled it down there between turns 1 and 2. The notorious spot where barrel rolls do occur quite frequently on this course. But
Jimmy Kerr in the green number 71 boat, he was able to keep it in lane 1. Jeremiah in the Ray Bob's boat, number 8, bounces out, and Jimmy got the position back.
Well, and I think that's one of those things that the 71 of Jimmy Kerr saw that the 1 of Terry had moved out wide, so he knew he had the inside lane, and with that 2-stroke package, he knows he can stick his nose in there hard. He did, and the 8 of Mayo, to try to avoid the wash off the 1 of Terry, tried to turn tighter than that 4-stroke wanted, and it was really wanting to skip out bad.
It did, and that corner, that happens to you in that corner, because if you are in lane 2, that can happen. Lane 2 or 3 for some reason in corners 1 and 2.
But 1, you hit 1 on a dime hard to the buoy, it's like bang, bang, you're in and out of that corner and you're gone.
Yeah.
But as soon as you move away from it, that churn just sits there.
Well, I think the current just keeps the turned up water in that spot. It doesn't go away.
I don't know if maybe the buoys are helping move the wakes out, and so when you set it right on the other side of the buoy, it's a little cleaner. But it's always been a little bit of an enigma down there in turns 1 and 2 here in Port Neches. But as we run with 13 seconds left, where the white flag is out for our leader, the 29 of Jared Jensen. The battle continues for 4th, 5th, and 6th. Oh, watch out, Jeremiah Mayo almost goes over down there in the south end of the course, fighting with the 99 of Yates and the 71 of Kerr.
Almost took his teammate out.
Ladies and gentlemen, for the first time here in Port Neches, the young driver out of Windsor, Colorado, taking the qualifying heat number 1, the number 29 of Jared Jensen.
Great run by Jared.
Absolutely. In second place, he was there, he stayed there, he's looking to win the war, not a battle. Finishing in second place in a great run in that number 52 machine with Mastercraft on the side, running that Mercury 4-stroke package, the number 52 of Chris Rinker. And rounding out the top 3.
No, Spencer Love was
that's
second.
Right, Spencer was
Chris
second.
Rinker is 3rd.
You know, it's been a while since Spencer's been up in the mix. Early in the season, the last couple of years, the season didn't necessarily start off all that great for him. So good to see him up there. Let's take a look at it. Jared Jensen with the win, 1.3 seconds right behind him there. The 24 of Spencer Love. Boy, it really ended up being a 2-horse race there towards the end.
Yeah, but you had a heck of a battle from Dustin Terry, Jimmy Kerr, and Jeremiah Mayo, which was 4th, 5th, and 6th. So
absolutely. Tate moves his way up into 7th. Schubert is only able to muster an 11th, and unfortunately both Canadians fall out here. The 98 of Benton goes out between turns 1 and 2, and then Maskell having to pull off the course as he sits right here in front of our judges stand. Hopefully they can get this ship righted before qualifying heat number 2. Well, that's going to do it for qualifying heat number 1 here in Formula 1, but coming up next, we've got the first of 3 qualifying heats in Formula Lights. All right, well, and he was heat 1. See, look at there, the 29.
Let's see the start. Oh, great angle for the start.
Absolutely.
Chris Rinker actually pulled out on him a little bit, and Jared reeled him back in before the first turn.
Yeah, well, you have to get so much further out with that overlap rule before you can overtake from the outside from lane 2. Jared knew that and just kept his nose in there and got clean out of turns 1 and 2 and was gone from there.
Jimmy Kerr had a very good run today, which is good because he had a tough time in our first round in Bradenton.
Absolutely. The one of Dustin Terry, he early got up into 4th position and just kind of hunkered down right there. He was trying to catch the 52 of Rinker in 3rd, but he was also had the 8 of Mayo and the 71 of Kerr behind him. The 17 of Anderson elects to go 4-stroke, ditches the 2-stroke package. That forces him via penalty all the way to the last on the start pontoon. He can only muster 11th. The 2 of John Jensen, really starting to see, those skills come back after a long hiatus of being in retirement, coming back, running a 2-boat team. And boy, he's got to feel good. He put down a great lap, and his kid was out there just laying it down.
It's great to see John back out there in the boat. I mean, he has loved it for a long time, and the team is into it. And if they weren't having the success that they are right now with the number 29 boat in Jared, you wouldn't see John in the boat.
Fair. Well, that and maybe a blessing or two from Amy.
Oh, yeah. Well, Amy's in charge.
Right, fair. They are a fantastic grade. They've been long-standing partners, with the series in the assistance, of a great event that we have out that will be, the final round of 2026 out at Windsor, Colorado, up at elevation. Always throws some interesting wrenches into everything. With the 4-stroke, even more unique and interesting things happen.
Well, 6,000 feet altitude always throws a wrench in everything because there's no air up there, and it makes these boats a totally different animal.
And honestly, the thing I've been most amazed with is how well the performance of the APX has done at altitude. I mean, when you talk about just that dynamic fuel injection, all the mathematical computations, all of the engineering that goes into to make minuscule adjustments on the fly.
Wow, that's a beauty of technology.
Right. It is.
It's Mercury has got that thing dialed in. Mercury Racing and the great guys over there have been great partners with us, and they've got that APX doing what it's supposed to do.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, we're seeing, we are obviously by far the most prevalent APX series in the world of boat racing. We're starting to see other series, seeing the success here, seeing the parity, seeing the consistency. They're looking to bring those on board, and I think, 4 or 5 years down the road, you're going to see a very heavy APX presence globally in the powerboat racing community.
Well, right now, we got a battle on our hands.
Absolutely we do. We're going to have another battle on our hands because Formula Lights, they're all over each other as well. Stacked on top of each other, these Formula Lights are going to do battle here for their opening qualifying heat. We'll be right back after a few messages from our sponsors with more from the 25th Annual Port Neches River Fest, Round 2 of the IHRA Formula 1 Powerboat Series.
Get racing news, analysis, highlights, and more 24 hours a day, 7 days a week at speedsport.com. Get it all. NASCAR, IndyCar, Formula One, World of Outlaws, Trans Am, IHRA, and more. Speed Sport has been America's trusted source of racing news since 1934. Speedsport.com is America's motorsports authority. Check it out today. Speed Sport 1 is the home for the IHRA Offshore Powerboat Series. Watch top international teams push the limits of some of the fastest boats in the world, reaching speeds of up to 180 miles per hour. 14 classes, racing hull to hull, from Pro Class 1 to Super Cat. It's the IHRA Offshore Powerboat Series. Catch the entire season on Speed Sport 1. It's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options.
The 25th annual Port Neches River Fest. Brought to you by Neches Federal Credit Union. A true community bank feel with low rates, fast approvals, where your money feels right at home. VP Racing Fuels. Learn more about their ultramarine and explore VP's full product line online at vpracingfuels.com. Seaway Marine, your one-stop boat motor shop for current, vintage, outboard, and stern drive parts. Find them online at seawaymarine.com. Mercury Racing, the art of speed. Mercury Racing propellers offer the ultimate performance and durability. Find everything about Mercury Racing at mercuryracing.com. All right, welcome back, race fans. The Formula Lights are getting on the water for their opening qualifying heat. And if you thought Formula One were all on top of each other, well, it's not going to be a whole lot different here in the Formula Lights, with the drivers all within a couple of seconds in the top 7. Looking to do battle here with the 69 of Jared Wallach, the West Coaster, coming in running for Peterson Racing, laying down a sub 28 second, just screaming fast. And he's going to find himself in the catbird seat, pole position here for the opening of 3 qualifying heats in Formula Light. Right behind him, she made a fantastic move in 2025, a little bob and weave, a little head fake down into turn 1, out of turn 2, and she ran that final lap all the way to victory in 2025. Can she do it again? She's second off the start pontoon here in fast lap qualifying here in heat number 1. That is the 24 Clover Construction of Shelby Love. Right behind her was a quasi-teammate. They partnered together. They're all from the West Coast. He gave her a run for her money in Bradenton in the opening round, which she won. So she's trying to go clean sweep on the weekend. On the year so far is the 24 of Shelby Love, but not if the 01 of Jake McKee has anything to say about it. The young driver out of the Redlands, California, just a 28.526 compared to a 28.167 from the 24 Love. So he's just off the heels of the 24 Shelby Love, sitting there in third. Right there behind him in fourth, the man that needs no introduction here in Port Neches. He's sponsored by Pizza Inn locally here, some of the best pizza in all of Southeast Texas, in my opinion. Fantastic stuff, and we enjoy it every time we come down here. But he goes down with a 28.666, so right behind the 01 of Jake McKee is the 35 of Mark Schmierbach. Schmierbach is a consummate professional, one half of the B&B racing team, and he finds himself there sitting in fourth. In fifth position in a brand new boat. He put a bunch of extra fuel in it just to understand how it acted with the wind picking up here, and it cost him a little bit. He shuffled back into fifth in that bright blue orange trimmed Mike Scott plumbing machine with a 29.474, the 21 of Jose Mendaña Jr. out there in fifth. In sixth, the other half of the B&B Racing Team, Rookie of the Year in 2025, had a heck of a consistent season. Only got tangled up in one wreck out in Marble Falls, learned from it, and finished the season on a real high note. The number 60 out of Crosby, Texas, Mr. Brandon Bobalik. Right behind Bobalik in seventh position, part of that Outlaw F1 team, their lone Formula Lights entry on that Outlaw F1 team. I think they've got 4 tri-hulls, 4 Formula Ones, and the lone Formula Light run by none other than the 12 of Jack Schubert with a 30.470, just a couple of tenths behind the 60 of Brandon Bobalik there in seventh. In eighth, he was a rookie as well in 2025 and continues to improve lap times and the position in every race he runs. He's out of Franklin, Tennessee with a 30.691. The 52 of Addison Dumford is going to be running eighth here in this opening qualifying heat. In ninth, a driver you may recognize the name, but not the boat number nor the boat, in the Clover Eagle, running that Mercury four-stroke package. that we are introducing here into Formula Lights with a 32.845, the number 11 out of Manteca, California, Mr. R.J. West. Behind him, one of a couple of Michiganders that made their way down here. Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. No. We had the 78 of Marshall Gildermaster and the 94 of Dominic Trollian in there. And then followed right behind the 94 of Trollian is the 11 of R.J. West. Then the 91 of James Klein with a 33.017. And then the 97 of Frank Lapina. And then unfortunately the 42 of Hans McCauley and the 6 of Carissa Saddle in that C&M Concrete. She's a rookie here in 2026, along with the 97 of Frank Lapina. They unable to get out for fast lap qualifying, so those two drivers starting at the back of the start pontoon. Now, we will see a little bit of a change. The 42 of Hans McCauley, who was unable to run out in qualifying, he is not a rookie. All rookies in their first 5 race weekends on the Formula One Powerboat Series here at the IHRA need to run at the back of the dock. So they can take their finishing points, but in qualifying here, they're still required to go to the back of the dock. So when we do our reverse order of finish, starting here in qualifying heat number 2, the 97 of Frank Lapina and the 6 of Carissa Saddle will stay at the back of the pontoon due to their rookie status. And hopefully they're going to get that rookie status lifted by the end of the season and be able to get after it full time here on the IHRA Formula One Powerboat Series here in 2026. All right, we've got just a couple of drivers left to get loaded here in the Formula Lights class before they're ready to get underway for their opening qualifying heat here. The rain yesterday put us on a little bit of a tight program this morning. Normally, almost no testing done on Saturday mornings, normally all done on Friday. Yesterday, when I say washout, that's an understatement. It rained basically for 24 hours straight. It started Thursday night. It rained almost all Thursday night. It took a little bit of a break in the wee hours of Friday morning, and then it dumped inches of rain here in Port Neches. But the beautiful thing about the way they design these communities here on the Gulf Coast is even though they're at sea level, they do a very good job of shedding water. And the park is dry. People are out in droves because today, and from what it looks like tomorrow, are going to be 2 of the most picturesque, perfect days you could ask for in Southeast Texas in May. I've been here when it's 97 degrees in May, the first weekend in May. So I know myself and all of the folks here at Port Neches are loving this weather today. We just saw one of our last boats get on the water. That was the 97 of Frank Lapina. Looks like our pole sitter and the driver coming second off the dock are now both making their way onto the course. That's the 69 of Jared Wallach in that Latitude Peterson racing machine, number 69 on the side, and the 24 of Shelby Love. Starting to warm up a little bit if I was able to take off my jacket, which is weird to say, considering where we are, but looks like, we got some steering issues there. Looks like they're trying to get a rope off of a steering bar there. That looks like, that was the 4-stroke. I don't know what happened there. That was the number 11 of R.J. West. They were able to get that rope out of the steering bar there. It looked like it probably made it a little bit more difficult for the Clover Eagle to run. There's our pole sitter, the 69 of Jared Wallach with that sub-28-second lap. Just screaming fast. And that machine has been proven before. The different driver, same team, same number, won the Formula Lights title in 2024. Young driver out of Minnesota running for the Peterson Racing Team was able to pull that off. There's loading back in. Looks like that is our final boat. That is the 60 of Brandon Bobalik, the driver coming 6th off the start pontoon. Big shout out to Brandon. Love the big numbers on the side. Very easy for myself and everybody else here on the shores of the Neches River to see that big 6-0. There's the green flag. Hot laps, hot laps, hot laps for the Formula Lights as they're going to get these 2-cylinder 45 cubic inch OMC. So Johnson or Evinrude outboards fired up and ready to roll. There's the 21 of Jose Mendaña Jr. Can he get that boat even more dialed in here in qualifying heat number 1 and move his way up from that 5th position and battle for the top spot here in the opening qualifying heat? He knows that it's all about consistency. He's got to finish well in all 3 heats if he wants to find pole position in the Formula Lights final tomorrow afternoon. And its first start is right here. There's the 78 and Marshall Gildermaster. Same exact hull as our pole sitter, literally the sister hull. They came over from Denmark, from Christian Molegard to the U.S. together in the same container. That's the 78 of Marshall Gildermaster, who's out of San Antonio, Texas. And the number 78 machine running solid, finished, qualified in the top 10, looking to try to continually improve here in his 2nd full season, 3rd really total with the Formula 1 Powerboat Series. And the 42 Hans McCauley we saw flashing. And there's everybody, all the boats in mass, making their way down to the south end of the course. And then from here, we'll bring them in one by one and line them up on the start pontoon, starting with the 69 of Jared Wallach. Interesting design on those Hoffman Formula Lights. The rear cowling going completely over the top of the motor cowling. Some say it's aesthetics. Does it give you an aerodynamic advantage? Maybe, maybe not. I guess the data, time will tell. With the data now that we've got 2 different drivers, 2 different levels of experience, 2 different driving styles, running the same exact design boat built by Rick Hoffman just outside of Dallas, Texas. All right, first drivers are making their way in. There's the 52 of Addison Dumford. He's waiting to get in line. There's the 69 of Jared Wallach, as he comes cruising into that top spot here on qualifying. And again, we've got the bridge over the boat ramps in play here to make sure we give everybody enough room. We've got such a large field here. I think we've got 43 total boats, 46 boats across 4 classes. And so it's a deep field here in 2026 at the Riverfest. And to ensure that we give the drivers the proper amount of room in between one another when they line up here for the modified Le Mans start, we have added a little bit extra to the start pontoon. All right, there, everybody getting ready, lined up and ready to go. Tim, boy, we've gone through the order. It's still tight at the top. You look at Schmierbach is 4th. He's not even in the top 3 anymore. This guy's won more titles on our series than anybody else. Again, the top 7 or 8 are going to be all over each other here, and it's all about the start in Formula Lights, because with that smaller 2-cylinder OMC on the back, it's just getting out and finding clean water and not having to run in the rough stuff is so important in these smaller 14-foot-long tunnel hulls. The elements, because they're lighter, smaller, less power especially, is going to affect them more. I can imagine that this course is going to be rough, especially where that chicane is for the Formula Ones, which is the 4th turn buoy for the Formula Lights.
Yeah, so the Formula Lights run on a little bit shorter course, and the wind will really affect these boats. They're smaller, they're lighter. The wind pushes them around. And, Jared on pole, we haven't seen him at a race because they had to fix that boat after a crash last year at Kankakee.
Correct.
And so Shelby is running against him and may not have competed against him before.
Absolutely. Well, we've got Sarah joining us down from the pits here. She's got some stories here before we get rolling on the Formula Lights qualifying heat number 1. Take it away, Sarah.
Well, guys, back here in the pits, we've had the Tri-Hulls first heat, also the F1 first heat. We're getting ready for F1 Lights, which you'll see here in just a bit. But we have Mason Rinker, who came in 3rd in that first heat. We also had Mullet in 2nd and Neil in 1st. You guys did catch up with Neil after that first heat. But, however, water conditions and the weather has been a huge factor, and you guys have been mentioning it. The wind, they've been making some adjustments, adding some weight, talking to a lot of these drivers and talking about the boats, adjusting to also some of the rain that we had come through yesterday. The fresh water and the salt water, making an interesting combination there with more fresh water. So a lot of things to keep an eye on for the rest of the day, but we'll keep you up to date on what's going on out here in the pits. Back to you.
pits, giving us live updates, insight into how these drivers are reacting to the elements, to their changes in position, because Saturday is definitely moving day here on the IHRA Formula 1 Powerboat Series. There's so much to go on. You got fast lap qualifiers, 2 qualifying heats. You really have a good idea of where you're going to sit come the final. Some will go into that 3rd heat knowing, you know, I'm not going to be able to move very much. Other guys going, hey, if I can do X and Y, I might go from 5th to 2nd on the start pontoon for the final. And as you know, the closer you are to that pole position, the more options you have, and the more time you have throughout the race to make the moves when you feel you have the opportunity to make them.
Oh yeah, definitely at the start is the easiest place to pass. So, and we're going to see it with these guys here in the Formula Lights. You know, another guy that's going to come into his own is Jose Madonna Jr. It's a process where it keeps evolving.
Absolutely.
So it's not that something's wrong; it's that they'll make it better.
Yeah, I mean, I had a chance to chat with them in Non-Enterprises Racing Team, and they said, you know, we went way heavy on the gas for testing and qualifying because we didn't want to get into qualifying and have so little gas and this thing take off on us because it's so light with this brand new infused carbon production by Hoffman Composites that, you know, we wanted to have a good lap no matter what. We didn't want to risk having a catastrophic lap because the thing just took off on us because it had no weight left in it. That, like you said, with fuel, they use it as ballast. And so maybe that was just a precautionary 5th place finish here in qualifying. We're going to find out, though, here in this first heat.
Well, it's funny you bring that up because I talked to him after the first time they ran it, and he almost blew it over, tested it the first time.
Why does that, I mean, when you have to put, you know, it's sometimes hundreds of pounds in the boat because, I mean, with no motor and everything on, I mean, I don't think either of us would have an issue lifting that boat up off the ground at one point. They're light.
They're light, and, you know, they're part airplane, so you're flying it.
Yeah, they absolutely are. All right, we're going to send it right back down, boys. We finish lining up the rest of the Formula Lights. We've got Sarah Daly down in our pits with the man they call Mullet. Take it away, Sarah.
And joined now by Mullet, who rounded out that first heat in 2nd. And I asked you for a second, back here in the pits, we're behind all the carnival rides and things. The wind's a little different. And I said, has it died down at all out there? And your exact answer was, no. So what adjustments are you making to maybe pick up some more points in this next heat?
You know, honestly, there's kind of nothing you really can do. You can adjust the weight a little bit and, you know, maybe drop motor height and stuff, but it's just, bottom line, it's just rough out there. You know, you just got to kind of deal with it at some point.
Anything else out there that you saw maybe after that first heat that would be interesting to know in regards to how the water has been going? I know trying to find some of those straight lines early on there for that first heat. There was a little bit of competition there, a couple of rubs, which, you know, it's good to see that competition, competitive nature. Absolutely,
yeah. We're always going to be bumping around out there. But, you know, honestly, I just need a couple miles an hour, and I could have had the first place spot. But it is what it is.
Well, maybe you need to bring back the garage shirt because you actually are wearing the right gear this time, not in Bradenton.
Right, yeah, I was going to say I came prepared this race.
All right, thanks, Mullet.
Thank you.
Guys, back to you.
Always a good time chatting with Mullet, and boy, what an impressive, you know, elevation to his career, the trajectory that we've seen from, you know, the man who first time he came out, it was like, hey, listen, man, like I just want to finish, have a good time, you know, totally happy with, you know, middle of the pack finishes, and you could see that level of hunger grew in him, as especially when all your teammates are having success, they're winning championships, and Mullet put in the work. He's put in the work on the boat. He's put in the work in especially in his driving skill here from last year to this year. And you know, Neil Marsh and the guys, watch out. I think
he's progressing. He's progressing.
I think he's there, right? I think he's to a point now where some things fall his way. He makes some correct moves. He's going to be in it and have an opportunity.
Oh, he's going to win some races this year.
For sure. And the question is will the 69 of Jared Wallach be able to win his first race of the year? He was unable to make it in Bradenton due to them having to repair the entire front end, capsule included, after a pretty gnarly, like 5-boat wreck that he was involved in. Unfortunate he wasn't able to make it to Bradenton. Now he's got to put the foot to the floor, because if the Peterson Racing team wants to bring their second trophy back home for that racing operation, he's going to have to finish really well, because Shelby Love's not going anywhere, Brandon Bobalik's not going anywhere, Jake McKee's not going anywhere. None of these guys are going anywhere. So he's going to have to set the tone now. And I think a perfect weekend for Wallach is a clean sweep, 300 points, right? That's what he's looking for. And boy, with that lap time.
Well, you got 6 or 7 boats out here that can win this race.
Easy.
And one of the things that you're going to see is number 24 that's starting in second. Shelby's got a little bit different mindset. Last year, I think Port Neches was her first national win.
Correct.
So she won it last year. And she wants to win the championship now, so she's got a little bit different mindset going into this year.
Absolutely. All right, we're going to go test flag for our drivers so they see where that starter is coming from. Test flag is up. Again, we're going to do modified Le Mans start just like we do in Formula One. You're going to hear the 1 minute gun. We're going to count down in 10-second increments all the way down to 20 seconds. We're going to run 2 boat flags. First 10 boats, first flag. The rest of the field on flag number 2. Coming up on the 1 minute gun. Here we go. Formula White's qualifying heat number 1. Chief referee Doug Ray giving final instructions.
3 rookies in this class today.
Absolutely.
That's good to see.
Schubert, Lapina, and Saddle. Love seeing. For you, it's got to be kind of a cool full circle thing, right? I mean, you and Matt have known each other so long, and Carissa getting the bug, stepping in, and I got to say, she's done some pretty cool things, and I'm looking forward to see what the rest of the season's going to be like.
She has. So we just need her to keep her head and finish the heat.
All right, 1 minute drivers, 1 minute on the pole. The 69 at Jared Wallach. Can he rocket ship his way to lane number 1 here in the opening heat number 1? 50 seconds, drivers, 50 seconds. Or will it be the 24 Shelby Love? She's right behind him, coming second off the dock. She looking to go back-to-back here at Port Neches. 40 seconds, drivers, 40 seconds. The 01 of Jake McKee. He was all over Shelby Love in her win at the opening round in Bradenton, Florida. Can he pull it off here in qualifying heat 1? 30 seconds, drivers, 30 seconds. Or will it be the 35 of Schmierbach, the 21 of Mendana, the 60 of Obalik, or the 52 of Dumford? Let's see who's going to win heat 1. 20 seconds, drivers. You're under starters orders. The flag is up. He drops the flag. The first 10 go.
Jared got a good start. He came off the beach really well.
Absolutely. Other than that, everybody behind him very consistent. There's the Schmierbach we know. There's the 97 of Lapina finally getting off the dock. But a good jump there by the 35 of Schmierbach. We didn't see that in Bradenton. Oh, no, look out. Mark Schmierbach blows it over, coming down the back straightaway. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, he lost it going side by side with the 24 of Shelby Love. He caught her win, and he went way up in the air.
And they are heading straight into the wind right that direction. So let's make sure that, Mark, we got the rescue team on. They're out of the boat.
15, 20 seconds, they're there. What a fantastic job the sport rescue team does. There you see he's out of the water. The 35 of Schmierbach, Mark Schmierbach, is out of the water. And
all
it looks
right,
like
Mark's out of the water. That's good news.
There we go. The rescue team has got him. Boy, now that, I can't remember the last time I saw Mark Schmierbach blow over. It's been a very long time. I think it was back when he had the snub-nosed gold and white when he was still running before he moved to the 35 number. You know what I'm talking about? That gold and white boat he had back in the early to mid-2000s. Let's take a look at this replay here, Tim, as this is what happens here in Port Neches, especially when the wind picks up. There's Peterson. He's clear. Oh, no, Schmierbach was just pushing it too hard.
Oh, he was, because he was ahead of Love and McKee.
Yeah, he was trying to take advantage of that good start, and it cost him.
Right into the wind. He's trying to air it out as much as he can, so you want to pack as much air under the boat as possible to lift it up so that you get the maximum performance out of it. But by doing so and heading into the wind, you get a wind gust, and that puts you over. And that's what may have happened to Mark there. He just got an extra gust when he was running it nice and loose, and bam, on his head.
Yeah, there we go. There he is. Looks like he's doing okay. I mean, dejected for sure, but safe and okay. And now really the flurry begins there over at the B&B Racing team. Thankfully, with the two-boat team, they've got a really solid group of guys that know how to rip these things down and put them back together as quickly as they can. The question's going to be, how much damage, if there was any. Now, when he went over, it was because of that wind, it kind of held it up, and it was a softer blowover than we've seen. But that doesn't mean
it stalled a little bit once it got to the peak. But, first things first, they're going to bring Mark in. We're going to check him out, the ambulance, and those guys are going to check him out, Arcadia, and make sure that he's okay. Then they'll tow the boat in, and then the team can assess it from there.
Yeah, but that's the most important thing, right? That Mark looks like he's doing okay. He'll get checked out. And it looks like we're going to send things down now while we get the course reset and we go to our rolling start here in Formula Lights. We're going to send things down the pits. She's with one of the Rinker crew. Take it away, Sarah.
All right, and joined now in the pits by Chris Rinker. After that first heat out there, you're pretty excited after qualifying and putting up some good numbers, but how'd you feel after that first heat?
I was really excited that we came off the beach pretty good. That's the biggest struggle right now, is figuring out how to get off the beach with the two-strokes. It looks like a majority of the guys that had options went two-stroke, and we decided to stick with the four-stroke, kind of like I said earlier. But we came off strong, fired a little late, but we actually came through the first turn. Got a little puff of wind right at turn 3, and the boat didn't settle right, and Spencer got around me. But luckily, we all got through there clean, and looking forward to this next heat, trying to run some people down from the back of the pack.
Well, and we just saw that boat blow over in that F1 lights pass there, and you were watching on replay on the phone, and, the wind isn't helping the situation. And it can be, it's pretty grueling out there. You really got to hunker down and take some pressure off when you need to.
You absolutely have to be on your toes 100% of the time. It's a lot of things, a lot of quick hand movements and hundreds of adjustments down the straightaway at a time. So, just got to go and do it.
All right, we'll see you next heat.
Yes, ma'am.
Guys, back to you.
Thanks, Sarah.
That was a very good point that Chris just made, is once he got to the first turn, it really started blowing there, and that's right where Mark had the problem.
Yeah, and I think you're going to see with this wind, 3 is going to be tricky down here in front, and you add that to 1 and 2 that are always just inherently, you've got the boats, the large commercial boats that the waves bounce off of, and it holds up the current and pushes the current in different directions. So one of the many, many things that most racing drivers don't deal with nearly as much. Your dirt bike guys will see ruts change throughout a race, but for the most part, they're all going to one of a few different ruts. They'll hit into a big turn. Here, you can go into a turn a second and a half behind the guy in front of you, and the turn looks completely different between the two of you, just a split second apart.
2 laps are never the same. And, we've got a little bit of brackish water here, so anytime you have a little bit of brackish water, you get a little more foaming in the water when the propellers put the air in it and aerate it. So that makes it more difficult to turn on, but it also holds the boat up a little bit more.
Right.
So it's more buoyant, and it makes them handle a little bit. So maybe some of the guys that didn't change their setup might have to drop their motor a little bit.
Right. Absolutely. We see there's Pat from the Sport Rescue team. Pat's one of our fantastic jumpers. He gets in once he helps get the driver extracted, and then his job is to make sure to get that expensive racing machine back to the trailer and as drained out as humanly possible. And I got to say, on top of how quickly they get to our drivers and get them out, they do as equally a good job of taking care of the driver's equipment. I think our guys trust that, hey, I'm safe. I don't got to worry about my gear. They'll take care of it. And this is a perfect example. That boat looks like it's in pretty good shape.
Yeah.
It might just be a drain job. Obviously, we can't see underneath, but it's quite buoyant. They've gotten it up. It's drained a lot of the water. That could spell good news for the B&B racing team. Long as Mark checks out okay, I wouldn't be surprised if, maybe not this afternoon, but by heat number 2, hopefully Mark's back trying to catch some points, because this is not something he's used to. Normally here, it's, podium or bust for the 35 of Schmierbach, and to see a blowover in qualifying heat number 1, it's a bit out of character, but
wow.
When you're being pushed like he is for the maybe, harder and deeper for the first time than he has in a while, those things happen.
Competition level is elevated in the Formula Lights. So now
100%.
You've got 6 or 7 people that could win the race.
Absolutely. All right. Well, we'll be right back with qualifying heat number 1. Continuation here in Formula Lights. We'll be right back.
The wait is finally over. The IHRA Stock Car Series is here, and it's on Speed Sport 1. This is what stock car racing is all about.
The International Hot Rod Association is going stock car racing.
There's big money on the line, and racers willing to push the limits for a piece of the pie.
Leaning on each other as we cross the start-finish line, head down into turn number 1.
Watch the entire season on Speed Sport 1. It's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options. Race fans have a home on Speed Sport 1. Feel the roar of IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series. Experience the power of American muscle with the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli. Speed Sport 1 has a wide variety of motorsports competition that will satisfy your inner racer. From IMCA dirt track action to Ferrari Challenge North America. Speed Sport 1 is 24/7. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options.
All right, welcome back, race fans. Okay, we've got the 35 of Schmierbox on the trailer, boats on the trailer. Drivers look like he's already been checked out by the EMT from Acadian, so he's good to go. Obviously, he's probably chomping at the bit to get back into the pits and get working on that 35 machine. And it looks like we've got Sarah down there with the 35 of Mark Schmierbach in the pits after this big blowover at the opening lap of Formula Lights qualifying Heat 1. Sarah? After this big blowover at the opening lap of Formula Lights qualifying Heat 1. Sarah?
All right, guys, thank you very much. Yeah, joined now by Mark. Good news is that you said you're okay. What exactly did you feel out there as this continued boat lifted a bit and then just blew over?
No, everything was going fine. And, I was running down there. I was in second, and all I was trying to do is hold my lane and everything. I turned, just glanced back to make sure where everybody was. The minute I glanced forward, I was gone.
Just like that quick.
It just went. I never had one go that quick. Never.
And clearly we know the wind's been a factor out there, but what's the first thing in your head when that quick something happens? What is the initial reaction?
The minute it got so high, let go of the wheel. And I just let go of the wheel and, started swimming.
Well, we're glad you're okay. We want to make sure everything was good, and we'll see you back in the pits here shortly.
Well, yeah, hopefully we'll get it up ready for the next heat. Hopefully.
Sounds good, sir. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Guys, back to you.
Thanks, Sarah.
Well, you know what, Mark? He looked to make sure somebody wasn't right on his inside so he could come over, and that's all it took. That one split second of concentration lacks of watching where you're going, watching the wind, watching the water. There's a lot going on in there.
So essentially, in that millisecond that he looked in his mirror, he probably should have been hitting the down button. And since he wasn't, by the time he got his head back, it's amazing to me how you hit the point of no return so quickly in a tunnel boat, a millisecond, and it's
these are a lot different because you're flying them. If you take your foot off the gas, it drops the back of the boat, and if you drop the back of the boat going into the wind, it's going over for sure. So what you have to try and do is stay on the gas and lay on the down trim to tuck the motor in and try and drive it back onto the water. But with the wind like it is today, that's a difficult task.
Yeah, and that's got to be such a counterintuitive thought process, right? If I'm going over, the first thing I want to do is take my foot off the gas.
I know, but you can't think about it. It's got to be instinct.
Right, hence the reason why our rookies go to the back, right, and we take a while to, bring them in to make sure that everybody understands how it operates, because those decisions have to get to a point to where they're second nature. There's no thinking involved, there's just doing.
That's right.
And that's a very distinct difference, right? I think both of us, both being collegiate athletes, you obviously all the racing that you did after that, but we had it beat into us very early. Like, the goal is to remove the brain from the equation. I don't want you to have to
memory.
You don't want to have to think and then react. You just want to be able to react. And unfortunately, it doesn't normally happen for the 35 of Mark Schmierbach, but even the most tenured professional is still human. And he paid a dear price for it. But I got to say, pretty good spirits, Mark doesn't, not a whole lot gets marked down. And I think
he'll go back and they'll start working on it right away, and they'll get it back in shape. And you're going to see the number 35 out there again this weekend.
Oh, for sure. If not, later on this afternoon in heat number 2. I guess better that it happened on the opening lap than the final lap.
That's right.
Gave himself probably a good 15, 20-minute head start. All right, we've got them back underway here. Now we're going to go rolling start. So like we do in Texas Tri-Hull, once we run the initial modified Le Mans start in the Formula One, on the IHRA Formula One Powerboat Series, we go then from a rolling start. If there's any buoys that get taken out or any drivers that get that wreck like has happened here, we will then go to a rolling start. So we're going to go 2 by 2. And Tim, this completely changes the approach of the driver needs to take versus that modified Le Mans start. The 69 of Jared Wallach hasn't done very many of them, but Shelby Love has.
Well, Jared is still going to be in position 1, so he's going to be inside on lane 1. So he still has an advantage there. The only difference is she can be right next to him. So, and she likes to run the outside line anyway because typically she's got some top end on people.
Right, well, except for the one guy that went sub 28 seconds in Formula Light's fast lap qualifiers, which is the guy sitting to her left. Oh no, and she's dead in the water. Oh, everybody just stopped down there. Looks like we're trying to reposition everybody, and it looks like the 42 of Macaulay. Ugh. You know,
trying to get Hans out of the way.
I love Hans, love the Macaulays, but boy.
Now it's just
it's a tough.
They'll get it back. They'll get it back, but we've got to make sure the course is clear. Chief referee Doug Ray, he's got to have a clean race course before we can start.
Absolutely, and he is one of those that would rather let's hold him down there. Let's not get started till we get Macaulay clear. That way, there's no risk, right? We have that enough overlap to ensure that we're not putting in our drivers in any risky situations. Powerboat racing is dangerous enough inherently as it is, and it looks like unfortunately qualifying heat 1's going to be done for the 42 Macaulay because I think they're just going to tow him off and get rolling. No chance to get back to the start dock and onto the trailer to figure out what happened there.
And they've got all the Formula Lights past even the Formula One turn. So right. They're well past their course, so that'll give them enough time to line out. And if they're lined out how they should be, how Doug, the chief referee, wants to see it, then he'll start them. If not, he's going to make them go around again.
Right, and I know that that's something that has been a focus here on the IHRA Formula One Powerboat Series because if you don't remind them every single time they go on the water, they like to fan out, and all of a sudden you've got 2 and then off the hip and then off the hip and then off the hip. It's like, no, you got to go right behind each other, guys. Yeah. That's not how this works.
You got to be in the wake of the boat in front of you.
Correct. All right, looks like he's bringing around, and they're going to come down the front straightaway. There's the 69 of Wallach, and that's the 24 of Love. Then McKee's right behind Wallach. Now Mendana moves up to side by side with the 01 of McKee, and then Bobalik moving up as well. So a little bit shuffling up. Mendana I think he's the one who probably benefits the most because he gets up on the outside of the 24 Love. And with that same Hoffman, let's see what he can do. Oh, boy, the 01 of McKee makes a jump down to the inside.
Shelby gets a great start on the outside.
Now we got to hold it 3 wide in the corner. All right, great job by all 3 drivers.
McKee goes from 3rd, and he's pressuring for the lead right now. Looks like,
Oh, no, he lost power. Oh, did he get bumped into there by the 69 of Wallach?
No, something just happened.
You know what? Maybe a kill switch, popped a kill switch quick and flipped it back the other way. But now he's shuffled all the way back to 3rd, and he's got the 21 of Mendana all over him. But it's the 69 of Wallach now jamming out front. Boy, that start by the 01 of McKee might have been one of the best rolling start jumps I've seen in the Formula Lights class. He was gone.
They all had the top 3 had great starts. But that just shows how fast the number 69 is.
Absolutely, and he's starting to pull away now from the 24 of Shelby Love. Getting about a 4 boat length
Don't see
lead.
that too often.
No, you do not. He's wide to the outside. And that Mulgard with that Johnson outboard package on it has been a proven winner here on the IHRA Formula One Powerboat Series here in Formula Lights class. And Jared, it's not like this is some young rookie kid he's been running Formula Lights for well north of a decade out on the West Coast. He knows his way behind a Formula Light wheel, and he's showcasing it right here as he already looking to get up on the 97 of Frank Lapina and put him a lap down.
Well, Frank's one of our rookies out there, and he's doing a good job. He's staying out of the way, and he's getting some experience and some laps in, so that's great to see.
And there we go, McKee now. Wallet getting by the 6 of Carissa Saddle, another one of our rookies here in 2026. What I'm surprised by is that the 21 have been down. Oh no, we got a boat over down to the far end of the course. Oh, it looks like is that the 94 of Trollian? Yes, that is the 94 of Dominic Trollian going over again for the second race in a row. I don't know how that happened. He got out. He is already out of the boat. But boy, he barrel rolled it down there. It looked like in between turns 3 and 4. I don't know if we got that on one of their cameras. We were following the leaders down at the other end of the course, and he was sitting back there in about 6th or 7th position. And
we're
looks
gonna
like
have to take a look at that again.
Yeah, if we got it on camera, the question is one of the other guys was able to pick that up while we were running down in the cameras on the south end of the course. But boy, the 94 of Dominic Trollian, look at him, just dejected, laying on the deck of the boat, so frustrated. Long drive from Michigan down here to Southeast Texas, especially after you. Oh no, is that West? Is that RJ West? RJ. That is RJ. Oh my Lord! I did not realize that was the Clover Eagle. I saw the black and the red, and the 94 of Trollian. He's down there, the far end of the course. Boy, that's RJ's had a bit rough of the last year plus. He's out there testing that 4-stroke. Package on the back of that Clover Eagle, another Molgard built Danish boat, but a completely different motor package.
It is. This is something that we're testing for the future of the class, and this is a current engine package that Mercury Racing makes. So we're trying to integrate it, but we want to do enough testing that we know that it comes in and there's parity in the class.
Boy, and that's got to be frustrating. It's really oddly, odd. It would surprise me that was. I guess I didn't expect it to be the 11 of RJ West in that Clover Eagle machine that went over. It's just. I
missed it. I was looking down at our leaders in the first and second turn, and unfortunately, we did not get that one.
But hopefully, RJ is okay. Obviously, he had a big wreck in Formula One back in 2025. His first time back in a capsule boat here in 2026, and a little disheartening. I feel bad for the
well, let's
93.
just make sure he's good to go and he's okay. That's the main thing.
Yep, and they got him over there at the ambulance. It looks like they're going to check him out, but body language-wise, looks like there's more of a frustrated, annoyed RJ West than anything else, which is good.
Unfortunately, when you're in that position, you're you're disappointed in yourself. You're mad at yourself.
For sure.
So. Go to Sarah.
10 seconds. All right, we're going to take it down to Sarah, down in the pits.
And joined now by Jared Jensen in the pits. A great qualifying round out there and a great first heat for you, so feeling pretty confident.
Yeah, the boat's running really well. My team's done a bunch of work on it over the last couple of weeks after the data we got in Bradenton, Florida. So we've just been grinding it out, and they have it put together pretty decent, and it seems to be handling the chop and the wind pretty well. So we're hoping just to keep stringing that along.
Yeah, so we were just talking a little bit about Bradenton, how we didn't really have any barrel rolls or blowovers, and here we've already had 2, but you said, the wind's also a factor. I know we've kind of been discussing that, but it just affects so many different things of the boat, how you drive, how the race is handled. Explain how that works. Yeah,
I mean, wind and water conditions change a boat completely, so it could drive a certain way one lap, and then it'll be a whole different boat the next lap, so kind of having your brain on and monitoring that throughout every qualifier, even in testing, heats. I mean, it's so important to be able to keep your equipment, dry throughout the weekend. So I think everybody's been doing a good job of that so far with how rough it's been out there. So, but yeah, it changes everything, and I think everybody's doing a good job of keeping that monitored. So, are you superstitious at all? Do you do anything in between heats that if something's going right, you don't change it, or maybe at races? Yeah, we're kind of a if it's not broken, don't fix it type approach. So. If the setup seems okay, we try to avoid trying to find those small percentages of improvement. If things are going well, we try to roll on the big wins and not focus on improvements that are minor if it's going to throw things off kilter. So that's kind of been the approach this year. So. All right. Well, we'll look forward to talking to you here after the next heat. Cool. Thank you. All right, guys. Back to you.
Well, the 29 of Jared Jensen just becoming a pro out here on the Formula One Powerboat Series, just really coming into his own. The nervousness that I even saw last year, after he did well in Marble Falls, when you look back in not too distant future, you destroyed your boat into 7 pieces, and there's that nervousness, like waiting for the other shoe to drop. In that interview, I saw none of that. I saw a very calm, cool, collected.
He's got some confidence going right now, and you can tell by everything he's doing, from his interview to his driving to his preparation. So it's great. Looks like we're getting ready to get the Formula Lights started again. All
right. Formula Lights are always full of excitement here on the Formula One Powerboat Series as we get them bringing down to the north end of the course. So now we talk about the 11 of RJ West. He's now out. He was mid-pack, so a couple of the back markers are going to shuffle themselves up a spot or two. Let's hope that there's the 24 of Shelby Love. She's going to make her way out into position. It looks like the final boat we're waiting to get fired. There she goes, the 6 of Carissa Saddle. One of the rookies finally gets under power and is going to make her way back over to the far north end of the course. Jet Ski Jared, as he's affectionately known, part of the sport rescue team, handles all of our rolling starts on his jet ski. He's going to run them down way far north of their course. They're going to come down 2 by 2. The question is can Jake McKee pull off a banger start like he did last time? I mean, he was shot out like a rocket. He was side by side with Wallach before Wallach even knew the green flag had dropped.
Well, it looked like Wallach was a little late to get on the gas because Shelby Love in the 24 and Jake in the 01, they both jumped him. So,
and again, that's probably the lack of experience. He's got tons of time behind a Formula Light, but not a whole lot of time in the rolling start like we roll here. So it'll be interesting to see how that handles here if he figures it out. But we're going to go down right now to Sarah here in the pits one more time. How that handles here if he figures it out. But we're going to go down right now to Sarah.
Well, 2 blowovers or barrel rolls, I guess, in the last couple of minutes here, and the wind playing a factor out there. You said you're okay. The RJ West now joining us. A little calm now after you kind of were thinking about what just happened?
Yeah, I'm good. I just, it's an experimental type rig right now, and the propeller rotates the other way, and we're trying to figure out how to make it work. And with it being windy in that corner, I just made a mistake. So.
All right, and you're feeling okay? Everything good
fine.
medically?
Yeah, I'm good. Yep. All good.
Okay, and are you going to try and get back out there, or where are you at?
Clean it out probably. I don't know if we'll run this afternoon, but we'll run tomorrow for sure and get it in the final. So.
All right, well, good news, guys. Back to you. Everything's okay, and hopefully we'll see him in action tomorrow.
All right, well, that's really good to hear, and now we've got him ready to roll as Jet Ski Jared's bringing him down the front straightaway. He peels off the course. Wallach on the inside. Love on the outside of row 1. There's the green flag. McKee tries that inside jump again, and notice Wallach's like,
No.
Burn me once, shame on you.
Yeah,
burn me twice,
right.
Shame on me. He comes running hard down into turn 1. McKee's still loving to go pin to pin. Bobalik trying to stick his nose in there. Mendana just does not seem to have the punch and top end like I possibly thought he would. Oh no, Shelby Love goes dead in the water.
Shelby Love goes down on the back straightaway.
Yeah, she just totally went away on her, and now Wallach has got a big lead over the 01 of McKee, and Bobalik gets by the 21 of Mendana, so we got Bobalik moved up into the third. There's the 69 of Wallach coming out of turn 1 now, off of turn 2. He's just trying to grow that lead early and try to, again, he just wants to make sure I run this thing as fast as I can, because if he somehow has to share, let's say the next one, the 01 and McKee wins, and they both have a win, then it comes to elapsed time. So he's trying to push as much as he can, especially here in these first few laps before he gets into those back markers.
Well, it's good to see the number 24, Shelby Love, getting back going. But here's Jose Mendana going past Brandon Bobalik.
They've been battling back and forth.
They're fighting for position.
Bobalik's liking that inside line. Pugh's turn very well, very tight. That's always what they've been known for. We've seen with the 24 of Love that Hoffman likes to run, and she goes dead again on the backside. Is there some sort of dead zone signal that's killing just her motor there on the backside? Got to be frustrating. It happens again.
Jose has pulled out enough where he has overlap. Now he can move over into lane 1, and Brandon Bobalik in the 60 moves out, but he's got to watch Dumford in the 52 coming up.
Absolutely. There we're over the 78 of Marshall Gildermaster. Gildermaster's now running down the front straightaway. He's sitting there in 7th position trying to catch the 98 of Dominic Trollian. But the 12 of Jack Schubert now makes a move down the inside. Now that 94 is going to see that 12 gray and red Ace Hardware of Jack Schubert coming up on him as they split the 24 Shelby Love, who's sitting dead in the water down the straightaway. The yellow and blue flag is out, meaning caution on the race course, but because it's on a straightaway and not in a turn, they're allowing racing to continue, even though the 24 Shelby Love's sitting out there kind of on an island as we go overhead. And you can see this 4-pin oval course here in Formula Lights on the shores of the Neches River. I love this view from way up high because you can see the different attitudes the drivers set the boat in and out of the corners of.
That's right. You can see the different lanes that they're taking and the different entries into the corners. So you see in turn 1, somebody's going straight up lane 1, and then they've got on lane, in turns 3 and 4, you've got more of a sweeping corner rather than a trim it down, pin it.
Well, especially you're going up into the wind, into the entrance of that turn versus being downwind in the entrance of the turn complex. I can imagine requires you to take a vastly different approach to ensure that you can maximize, the in and out of those corners and get back down the straightaways.
Yeah, they're totally.
Ooh, look out there. Oh, Jack Schubert almost snap rolled it, come out of turn 2, hitting a bunch of rollers as he's doing battle with the 78 of Marshall Gildermaster. They are having a whale of a good time back there battling for 7th and 8th.
Oh, Jack's driving the heck out of that number 12 today, Ace Hardware Special.
And he is just pushing that thing to the limit. He's now cleared the 78 at Gildermaster. He's up in 7th, but the 69 at Jared Wallach is just absolutely walking away from this thing. He's probably got a good 10-15 boat lengths as he pops in. There he is now.
Look who's coming up, though. All of a sudden, Jose is in the number 21, the blue and orange boat. Now he's starting to pick up. He's kind of finding the groove where that boat likes to run, but we're on the last lap. Is there enough? Does he have enough time? But he's definitely learning something here.
Right, and at least he's hanging on. 3rd place finish right now. We can hang on to 3rd place points. I think after Bradenton, he'll take that in qualifying and move on to the next heat.
It's heat 1. So
absolutely.
3rd place in heat 1 is a good finish position, and you got to love what he's doing out there.
Absolutely. Well, ladies and gentlemen, as our leader makes his way out of turn number 4, taking the checkered flag and winning qualifying heat number 1 here in Formula Lights, your pole sitter number 69, Jared Wallach. In 2nd, the 01 of Jake McKee, and right behind him, closing the gap well, the 21 of Jose Mendaña Jr., and right on the outside looking in, the 60 of Brandon Bobolic, and a solid top 5 for the 52 of Addison Dumford.
We've still got a battle going on back here.
Absolutely. Let's see what's going to happen here. I don't know if he's going to catch Trollian.
Dominic Trollian and Jack Schubert in the number 12 coming up.
And
you're going to see that continue throughout the weekend with those two.
Oh, absolutely. I think 78 at Gildermaster, the 94, even the 91 at Klein, if he can get some things dialed in, you're going to have a really great mid-pack battle. I really see, you've got that group of 5 or 6, but that mid-group isn't that far behind them, and they're all over each other as well, which makes it even harder for the leaders, right? If your mid-pack is super competitive, it bunches up the leaders because they can't get around them that well, even though they come up on them, and that just allows the whole field to close up on itself.
Oh, it does. It's super competitive. You're starting to see more boats run up front. So it's just going to be more and more competitive. And now we're going to invert the field for the next start.
Right, and we take a look at this. Look at the 69 of Wallach, just a rocket ship. He gets off. And then, of course, the 35 of Schmierbach gets a fantastic run. And then it goes from unbelievable to pretty awful.
Had a great start.
Yeah, he did. He just pushed it a little too hard. Like you said, checked the mirror, and that was all it took. Here's the first restart. They make their way down, and look, you see the 01 of McKee. He's just sitting there waiting, bang. And they drop that flag, and he is gone down to the inside. But Wallach was able to hold him off, hung on, and was starting to amass a little bit of a lead until that happened. Then 11 of RJ West in that experimental 4-stroke in the Formula Lights class. He goes over. We do a second restart. Well,
Jared Wallach was on it the second time.
I guarantee you his crew chief was telling him, do not get caught with your pants down again, please.
He got a great start. He's got that Mulgard on rails right now.
I mean, that's the boat to beat right now through Heat 1, no question about it. The 24 Shelby Love, they just flashed her there in the background as the 94 Trollian, who finished in 6th. as she goes dead in the water. That's going to hurt her. Jack Schubert put on a heck of a show.
Yeah.
Battle for a rookie.
And these are some of our young guns right there, and Dominic Trollian, Jack Schubert. So it's good to see them working their way up through the field.
Absolutely. Yeah, and the 52 Addison Dumford finishes solid 5th. Jose Mendana makes his way up to 3rd. Bobalik hangs on to a 4th. Fantastic run. Let's take a look at those overall results there. Wallach with the win. Right behind him, McKee, then Mendana, Bobalik, followed by Addison Dumford. Dominic Trollian and Jack Schubert in the 7th position. 8th, the 78 of Marshall Gildermaster. Then we got Frank Lapina finishing in 11th. Solid run for the rookie. Shelby Love, she drops out. RJ West, he goes over, finishes 13th. Schmierbach in the first blowover. And then Hans Macaulay, unfortunately, went dead right before the start of qualifying, rounded out this 15-boat field. And that's going to wrap it up for Formula Lights. We're going to take things down now to Sarah as she's with one of our drivers here in the pits. Take it away, Sarah.
And joined now in the pits with Shelby Love. Not exactly what you were looking for out there, but you said you do have a couple of pressure issues that you guys are taking a look at now. So what exactly do you think happened?
Yeah, it just seemed like the fuel wasn't really getting to the motor. You know, you can only try so many times before you got to quit and bring it in, because at some point it just gets in the way of everyone else and you got to call it. So.
And what were you doing to try and adjust? Because you did stall out, started again, and that same exact spot got you again.
Yeah, I just kept priming it and hoping that it would go and finally it would start, but I guess that wasn't enough. And at the end of the day, it just kept stopping in the straightaway, so nothing you can do.
All right, well, we'll check back in, and hopefully we can get it fixed.
Thank you, guys.
All right, guys, back to you.
All right, thanks, Sarah. Yeah, tough for the 24 of Shelby Love. She wins the opening round in Bradenton, Florida. She was so close to tasting series victory last season, and she knew that if she wanted to get that ultimate goal, right, which is a series championship, she needed to be able to start off well like she did last season. She was able to win the final on the final lap, but she's got a bit more of a mountain to climb here as she's got to go hunt down some fuel issues that choked out that 2-stroke motor on the back of her Formula Light and caused her to finish in 11th or 12th position here in the opening heat. That's got to be frustrating for the young driver out of Santa Rosa Valley, California, especially when she looks at the top 5. It's like, that's not easy to get in there. It's a heck of a lot harder when you're way on the outside looking in, trying to get back in there, because everybody's going to be fighting tooth and nail to keep her behind him. The likes of Dumford, Mendana, and everybody else that's finished up in that top 5, especially our leader so far through one heat, the 69 of Jared Wallach.
Well, it looks like I think that we're going to go straight into the Talent Cup, which is a new class.
Yeah, let's talk about that a little bit.
Talent Cup is new for this year, and it's a development class that we get the young racers in, kind of teach them the sport of powerboat racing. They're small little monohull V-bottoms, and they've got 15 horsepower engines on them. So top speed is around 38 miles an hour.
Okay. Now this is something I know that I believe they've been running up in the Nordic countries and in Scandinavia fairly prevalently over the last decade or two. What was the thought process? What was made the decision for you guys at the IHRA F1 Powerboat Series to bring in this Talent Cup, and why go monohull when the tunnel hull is the trajectory that they may in?
It's very tough to have a tunnel boat that runs with that small a horsepower.
Got it.
So
okay.
You don't have enough air underneath it to hold it up, so you can never get it to act like a real tunnel boat. So what we want to do is we want to bring the kids in, and these motors are 15s, and they draw for propellers. So it's something that it's to develop them to learn how to race and what to do when they're on the course, what their instructions from the chief referee with the flags to come in to hang out with the rest of the racers in the paddock and learn from everybody. We're trying to develop the next generation of racers here
Absolutely.
at IHRA, and this is a tool that's going to help us do that.
Fantastic. I know we've got 3 young drivers, a couple here locally. One is a part of that Clover construction team. You know, we all, I think, collectively, we're very excited to see this happen, because we do see so many young kids that, you know, they have those dreams in their eyes and those starstruck moments of seeing these high-performance machines, and all they want to do is have an opportunity to be a part of it. And I think what we a lot of times as adults fail to realize is the earlier and the more frequently we give them the opportunities to touch and feel, and for that to be real for them, the more excited they're going to be, and the more long-term participants they're going to be in the sport as they continue to grow throughout adulthood.
Well, in powerboat racing, you'll see throughout the teams that are here, 2nd, 3rd, 4th generation powerboat racers. And what we want to do is we want to have an offering to people that aren't powerboat racers, that are going to be the 1st generation powerboat racers of their family. So for me, coming as a 3rd generation racer, all I wanted to do is be like my dad and my brother and go boat racing.
Right.
Well, we need to do that, not only for the kids of the families that are racing, but the new kids. So this has got an entry point that's going to be right around $10,000, boat, motor, trailer. So
you don't got to buy props, because those are given to you.
So they draw for propellers. We want it to be even, and the main thing we want to do is teach them how to boat race.
Right.
That's what this class is for.
Absolutely, and I'm super excited for it. You know, continuing to grow. We've got, again, we got 3 here this weekend. Hopefully, we can continue to fill out that roster even before the end of the 2026 season, and just have an opportunity to continue to allow the next generation to be a part of something that, from those who get their taste, it's like nothing else in the world, and it's unique.
Once you do it, it's very infectious.
Yes.
And we're building new boats now, so that way we'll have more participants. Jimmy Shane, unlimited hydroplane driver, he's got a couple of his boys that want to do it, so they're working on some boats now, and we'll see them at the next race in Shreveport. So there's a lot of good stuff happening. You know, the sport is growing, the coverage is growing, we're elevating the sport, so I'm very excited.
Absolutely, and they have shown that when they get side by side these participants in the Talent Cup, they'll go at it. I remember we first debuted them in a very rudimentary test run outside the normal racing program at our last race in 2026, and you would have sworn it was the Indy 500. They were going after each other.
Yeah.
I think one of them, after they won, made like 2 extra laps just to get more laps. But that's the kind of stuff that you want to see, and that's the kind of stuff that, for a driver like that at that age, the amount of growth and movement they can make at such large chunks by just giving them the ability to understand and learn things at a much younger. I mean, right? They say if you want to learn a language, do it at 5. Don't do it at 25. And so it's super excited to see. We got them loaded up here, and it looks like we're about to drop them back into the water. They're getting ready, but we're going to send things back down into the pits with Sarah, as she's with the 2069 of Jared Wallach. Take it away, Sarah.
All right, joined now by Jared Wallach, and Q1 out there, feeling pretty good, obviously. Texas is treating you right, so how'd you feel?
Felt good. Both felt really good. I mean, it's great to start P1. I mean, that's always the goal. I made the trip out from California, so, podium's always in mind, but this is just the first one. We got 3 more heats, or 2 more in the final, and just got to keep it clean and be consistent.
So any changes or anything you're going to modify to the boat after that first run? Because I know elements are changing consistently, but, don't fix what's not broken, right?
That's exactly right. There might be a couple changes, but if I tell you, might have to, there might be some speed secrets there. But no, honestly, everything's running great. We don't want to mess with too much. And I think the biggest thing is just stay consistent and, don't get in trouble. I think that's how you win races.
All right, go get them. We'll see you next round.
Thank you.
All right, that was the 69 at Jared Wallach, the driver out of California, running for Peterson Racing. He's out of Redondo Beach, California, and he's no stranger to powerboat racing. His father has been a longtime promoter out there on the West Coast with the Southern California Speedboat Association, and they do a lot of great things. One of the many people that have really helped keep Formula Lights driving over the last handful of years, especially until the Formula One series here on the IHRA stepped in and gave those Formula Lights a great platform to run under. And I'm excited to see. I'd love to see more of those guys from the West Coast, but glad to see that Jared's out here joining us after missing round one in Bradenton.
Oh, definitely. We've got a good group that is starting to come from the West Coast and participant, and we're always looking at race sites to spread out closer to the West Coast. So that's a very important reason why we'll run in Windsor.
Absolutely.
And we're working on some other things to try and get all the way out to the West Coast.
Yeah, there's a steep history of powerboat racing on the West Coast. I think of Lake Puddingstone back in the day and hearing all the stories from places like Lake Puddingstone in California, Havasu, right, exactly. And then you go, obviously, the hydroplane heritage up in the Pacific Northwest, but, it's still all boat racing. I can tell you this, if a hydroplane racer and a tunnel boat racer go and they find out there's a stock outboard race running where they're at, they'll go to it, right? We all love boat racing regardless of the discipline. And love to see that we're making that migration back to the West Coast. And let's talk a little bit about that, right? Obviously, you're involved much more than just the announcing functions here on the IHRA Formula One Powerboat Series. We did have a race in Biloxi that was going to go on this year. Looks like it's got moved back to next year, but we're growing across the Gulf Coast. You're talking about growing out west. And I can imagine the goal is to try to have a little bit of a sprinkle in all regions across the U.S. because there are those local pockets of drivers that if they have something more local to come to, it's amazing how much further they will travel for the rest of the races. Everybody loves to run in front of their hometown crowd, right?
That's right. That's exactly right. So, we will continue to do that. Another initiative is, we're getting ready to start this. So I don't want to talk about that.
Absolutely. I didn't realize they were ready to go.
Here's another thing that I like about this. You got two brothers, Luke and Logan, out there, so they're going to be competitive with each other.
Yes, they are absolutely going to be competitive as they drop.
Here we go.
Green flag. They are all side by side. The 24 of Addie Love on the inside. I love the 69. I wonder if he's a huge fan of Mullet, the tri-hull racer.
Probably.
These mono hulls, it's weird. They almost like tilt, they almost kind of lay on a pad on the inside when they turn. Is the pad a little bit wider?
They've got different lifting strakes underneath the bottom on the sides, so they're meant to lay over like that, so they get traction going around. You don't want these things to slide.
Whew.
Now Eddie had a little bit tight turn there, but the brothers are battling it out behind her.
Yeah, sometimes you'll get those drivers that try to go tight, and then you'll get these other drivers where they're that big, wide sweeping line. So I can see where not only do the strakes allow them to feel the turn and understand that leaning or turning into the turn, but boy, it sure allows them to pick a bunch of different racing lines depending on what they're comfortable with.
It does, and it also gives you some stability and tracking down the straightaways. So that way it's not just going all over the place.
Gotcha. Right, much like we were talking about with the Formula Lights and this wind, how they're moving all over the place. Well, looks like we got some passing going on between the brothers Matthews. Is there down the... Oh! He got a little squirrely. Now, I will say, I don't know if Addie's been practicing, but boy, when she snapped it down there in the north end of the course, it's like she had done it before. But if she's a love, doesn't surprise me that she likes to mix it up behind a boat. Now, these are all, all three drivers here are from a second or third generation of powerboat racing that they've done here. Obviously, their grandfather, Glenn Matthews, was a fantastic one. Look at a little replay here. Bobbling down there in the corner.
Oh, a couple of them.
And boy, they really get up on edge. It's very unique to see these different style of boats get up on edge as somebody who's just so used to looking at tunnel boat racing or tri-hulls where just completely out of control. It's very unique to see how you can use that to your advantage. But they go white flag out. It looks like Addie Love is just kind of out in cruise control out there in front. And these boats all came over from Europe, but you said that they're being built here in the U.S. now as well. Boy, it's got to be nice to have somebody who can build boats as a part of the IHRA series, right, Tim?
It is. It's very important, and it's going to be huge for the growth of our sport.
All right, as they come
What a great job they did. They all did a fantastic job out there, and this is the first heat that they've run on the series as an official class. So I'm very proud of all of them. They're all great kids, and we look forward to what they can do in the future.
I'm just picturing what the pits are going to be like with those two Matthew boys, depending on how they finish when the whole weekend is over. But great job there by all three of them. Addie Love coming out in front with that all-white Clover number 24 on the side. As they're going to black flag that. That's our Talent Cup. More to come in continued growth of the Talent Cup. For those of you watching wherever you are across the U.S., if you'd like to get involved with the Talent Cup, if you've got a little one at home that's very excited and intrigued by what you see on the screen right now, check us out at F1PowerboatChampionship.com or hit us up on any of our social media platforms.
IHRA.com.
And we'll get you in contact with the proper people. Again, 10,000 boat motor trailer out the door. Great low-cost way to get your kids into racing. And trust me, as somebody who's seen the costs of youth sports skyrocket, and it's a pretty easy decision if you want to get yourself into a fantastic form of racing here on the IHRA Formula One Powerboat Series.
Family fun.
Absolutely. It's all about family fun. The Talent Cup is off. The Texas Trials are coming back out for their second heat. But before that, we're going to send things back out into the pits to Sarah with one more.
Joined now by Jake McKee. We're just watching the future of possibly F1 boats out there, and we're talking about most of those kids being around 9, and you said you didn't get the chance to start that early, but they're going to have quite a bit of experience under their belt by the time they're your age.
Oh, yeah, 100%. I mean, all those kids out there are 9. I think the oldest one's 10. I started when I was 15, and, I mean, I've been racing for 4 years, so by the time they're 13, they're going to be pretty good boat racers, I'd like to think. I mean, when I was 9, I was afraid of the dark, so to have those kids go out there and run as hard as they do, it's really cool to see where they're going to be at in 9 years.
So let's go ahead and recap how well you did out there. Number 2, and you're feeling pretty good. You've got a smile on your face, and that's what we like to see when we come talk to you.
Oh, yeah. You know, I had a really good heat race. Everything went well. Had a good start until, you know, Mark had a little incident, but it's all right. I'm glad he's all right, and just got a pretty good jump on the rolling start, and we're just looking to improve. Going to have to try and fight our way through the back on the inverse of Heat 2, but sitting second right now in the first seat's a pretty good sign for the weekend.
What immediately jumps into your mind when you see someone barrel roll like that in front of you or behind you, for that matter, at any point in a race?
Well, the first thing I like to think about is if they're okay. I mean, we're all human people at the end of the day, but it just kind of makes me come back down to earth and realize there are limits to these things, and we can't go over it. And, you know, what it does is just makes me think a little bit harder and try and be a little bit smoother so something like that doesn't happen to me.
All right, we'll see you out there for the next heat. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Guys, back to you.
Thanks, Sarah. Yeah, the 01 of Jake McKee, a kid who's always got a smile on his face and apparently was terrified of the dark at 9 years old.
Great interview. I didn't know he was scared of the dark.
All right, well, now we've got the Texas Tri-Hulls. They're making their way back out on the water. We're about halfway through loading that fleet, and they're going to do just like we do in every other class. That means Neil Marsh, the man who started on the outside of row 1, is going to get shuffled all the way back to the inside of row 5 in this 11-boat field here on Saturday's qualifying in Texas Tri-Hull. And not that he hasn't done it before, but boy, with this wind and again the level of competition just ratcheting up, it's going to be tough. Let's take a look at our inverse of points on the pole. The 10 of Tanner Rinker after a brutally rough heat number 1.
He had trim problems the first heat, so I know the Rinker team came, they got some parts from the Anderson team, helped him out, and they put him on Tanner's boat, so he's going to start.
And then on the outside of row 1, it's actually not the 91 of James Klein, it's the 03 of Evan LaBeouf, who stepped in for the 03 of Austin Terry, who is unable to be here. Then it's the 42 of Wyatt Zeller on the inside of row 2, the 63 of Aaron Green in that mean green machine in the outside of row 2. On the inside of row 3, John Ottinger run into that number 33 John Deere Green, then followed by the 26 of Briston Sherman, the 37 of Mason Rinker, the 69 of Cole Waring there in outside of row 4. And then it's the 17 of Neil Marsh and the 37 of Mason Rinker. Excuse me, Marsh on the outside of row 5, Rinker on the inside of row 5, and then the 69 of Mullet, Cole Waring, is going to be out there in the inside of row 5. So a little bit of jumbling those last 2 positions there. Apologize for that, but we got everybody lined out at the south end of the course. Looks like we're waiting for nobody. Looks like we've got all of our drivers out there. We're just waiting for final word from Chief Referee Doug Ray to get these guys back underway. Their rolling start here in qualifying heat number 2 in Texas Tri-Hull. It's the 25th annual Port Neches River Fest here in the beautiful shores of the Neches River. Round 2 of the 2026 IHRA Formula 1 Powerboat Series. Here is the 17 of Neil Marsh. Looks to try to continue his winning ways here in round 2. He had an okay finish to start the season, and he's really looking to kind of dial things up. Boy, that opening round of Texas Tri-Hulls there in that ever buoyant mouth of the Bradenton River, Tim, was quite a doozy. And here we go. There we go. The 10 of Tanner Rinker, followed by the 54 of Darren Ware. Then it's the 42 of Wyatt Zeller, 63 of Aaron Green there in row 2. Andre and Sherman in row 3. Briston did really well.
Look at Briston, though. That you got to watch for him and Mason, I think,
absolutely.
In this heat.
Yep, and Mason Rinker on the inside of row 4. And then Cole Waring and Neil Marsh rounding out the final heat. And that's the tricky part, right, is there's so many good drivers, and the clean water and getting out and finding your way out of those first 2 couple of corners is so imperative that it may take you 3-4 laps just to get by 1 or 2 boats if you start last. It can be very, very tricky. You can drive, these are short courses, so it's not unheard of to get driven all over the course coming down the straightaways.
One thing a lot of Tri-Hull drivers do not possess is patience. So
fair.
You're going to see a couple of these guys move some people out of the way.
Correct. Yes.
So it's going to be exciting.
Whether it's there or not, it's like I don't care.
They're going to make their own hole.
Right. I'm going there. Whether you want me to, whether you're going to let me, I don't care. That's where I'm going. And nobody has exemplified that more than maybe the 10 of Tanner Rinker here in 2025. I mean, that boat looked like a rag doll half the time. Fiberglass hanging off of it. At one point, the motor in Florida almost completely sheared itself off of its mounts. Who would have thought Bradenton, Florida would be the river, the Bradenton River would be the river that tries to claim multiple motors, as obviously Travis Yates lost his Formula 1 motor to the bottom of the Bradenton River. But
they found it. They got it.
They got it out of the river. He somehow kept the motor hanging on the boat. They got it repaired. Now Tanner Rinker's got to do some damage here in Heat 2 after a steering problem in qualifying Heat number 1. Oh, looks like we're working on one boat there. Looks like, is that I'm trying to see who that is. It looks like that may be the 54 of Darren Ware, the man they call Caddy. They're giving him just a couple of extra seconds to try to get the boat on the water before Jet Ski Jared leads him 2x2 down the far end of the road. And you know what I love? And I love to see that we get some of these, once we get up on the river opening, I love to see that you get some of these speedboats there. As you can see on the far end of the course there, Tim, people are hanging out on the other side of the river. Probably a pretty cool view watching turns 1 and 2 from right there on the water. And that's one of the great things about powerboat racing is, you don't have to go buy a $100 ticket just to sit in the nosebleeds. You can get on your boat, cruise up the river, park right outside the race course.
A lot of great vantage points here.
Fantastic. I mean, I don't go to professional sporting events for one reason. I can do it a lot more comfortably with a lot better view in my own home. It's a little bit tougher to do that in a boat race.
But there's nothing like being at a live event. And we appreciate all the fans in Port Neches for 25 years coming down here and hanging out with us and bringing us back, because we love coming and racing here with you.
Oh, and that's what I love about powerboat racing, because the views you can get on site here, like I'll watch drones all day, every day. That's great. But there's nothing like watching a boat snap 100+ mile-an-hour turn, 5 Gs, that smell of two-stroke fuel and oil mixture in the air, and just the visceral experience that is, because you can get such close and unique vantage points with the type of racing that we do. All right, looks like we're giving Chief Referee Doug Ray the clock here. We might just need to get started and put the 54 of Darren Ware to the back of the starting grid and get this thing rolling here. As the weather from yesterday did not make things easier for today's preparation for racing. Definitely made them a little bit more difficult. And so we're just trying to get everybody out there, give them an opportunity to run all 3 qualifying heats if they can. It looks like they've hopefully got it figured out, and we can get them going. Jet Ski Jared waiting for thumbs up from Chief Referee Doug Ray to send these 2x2, because after this, we've got just a couple of more qualifying heats in each class. Oh, it's the 12 of Jared Shelton in the Captain Mark Seafood that's having the issue. Okay, the trials love to go so far down when they're waiting that we lose view of a lot of them past all the commercial boats that are anchored up here just south of the park.
Well, we want to give everybody the opportunity to be able to get in the race if at all possible, and we appreciate everybody's patience, but put yourself in his spot. You're on the trailer, you're getting backed in, it doesn't crank, it doesn't start. You sure don't want to miss that heat. So
for sure, absolutely. And Gerald only in his 2nd season in Texas Tri-Hull, so he's still learning a lot about how these things operate and how all the different bits and bobs and components of a Texas Tri-Hull. So not only is he strapped in, but he's like, I don't know how much help I'm going to provide Mike Schubert.
Yeah, exactly.
on what's wrong with my motor.
He's got a crew over there working on it, so let's see what can happen.
Well, it looks like he is out of the driver's seat as well. So hopefully they can get it going. But boy, once they get unstrapped, it definitely decreases the odds a little bit, sure. Unfortunately. Wait. He's getting back in.
He's getting strapped back in, so.
Absolutely. Again,
good sign.
Absolutely. Folks, don't forget
we're getting ready.
Don't forget to swing by, grab yourself some great food here. Check out the Midway, all the fantastic vendors. We checked the IHRA merchandise tent, all sorts of really cool. The diversity.
Official Port Neches River Fest shirts up there, event shirts. So go see Debbie up at the merch tent.
Absolutely, and I will say that the diversity of options has increased exponentially here in 2026 on the IHRA. So you can get some pretty unique, pretty cool IHRA and Port Neches River Fest merchandise. Swing right up here behind the judges stand, just next to the Midway and where all the
right at the entry
trucks
point.
are, right at the entry point to the park. The IHRA merchandise tent going to be there all weekend long. So make sure you stop by today. You know what? Maybe you bring a Sharpie, might be able to find yourself an autograph or two. As these guys love giving out autographs here, but we finally got them going 2x2. It
looks
doesn't
look like the number 12's going to make it. So
yeah, it looks like they're pulling the plug on him. Unfortunate for the 12 of Jared Shelton, as he's already had to go from the 13 boat to the 12 boat because the 13 boat broke. Now his backup boat is having problems. The weekend just continues to spiral for the driver out of Freeport, Texas. As he brings it down the front straight way off the north end of the course. Again, we only run 2 pins here in Texas Tri-Hull. It's the 10 of Tanner Rinker on the inside, and then the 54 of Darren Ware on the outside of row 1. He peels off, does Jet Ski Jared, waiting for that green flag to drop.
There we
go.
All right.
He drops the flag, and the 10 of Tanner Rinker laid flat and rolling down the front
Caddy
stretch.
on the outside, the number 54. That corner's going to be rough.
Absolutely, as they go down in there, 3, 4, 5 wide. Let's see who's going to merge clean. Oh, look, 54 to Darren Caddy Ware goes wide to the outside. Very smart, says, I'm staying out of that junk altogether. But you know what? That might have been one of the cleanest first turns I've seen in a very long time here in Texas Tri-Hull.
Look how rough it is on the back straightaway, and that's lap 1.
Right.
Wait until lap 7.
Absolutely, and you see the top 3 boats from the last heat were all wadded up there in the corner. They are all over each other as we're still 2, 3 wide, but no surprise, the 17 of Neil Marsh already finds himself up fighting for 4th and trying to track down the man who's out in the clean water, the 10 of Tanner Rinker. But here comes Briston Sherman.
Here comes Briston. He's hanging right in there, but Neil's got a very good drive off the corners, and he's able to keep the boat in tight on the turns in lane 1 or 2, and he doesn't over trim it. Well, he did there.
Well, sometimes it gets so rough, it's not necessarily about trimming, it's just about hanging on for dear life.
Yeah.
But absolutely,
that
Tim,
was a white knuckle moment.
right there, and you just described what he does, and it was a perfect move that allowed him to get by the 42 of Wyatt Zeller and that Diamond Z Reynolds machine, and the 17 of Neil Marsh started in last all the way up into second position here. This might be another one of those signature type Neil Marsh weekends as he's trying to go back to back, but Tanner Rinker doesn't really like being passed, and I know he's going to maybe even push it a little too hard, as he does sometimes, to keep the 17 Neil Marsh at bay.
Yeah, but you know, if Neil uses his head, he doesn't have to pass Tanner, because Tanner didn't have a good first heat. So if I was Neil, I'd just sit in the catbird seat right there and make sure I have a clean race and finish second.
If the opportunity comes up, fair. But if don't force it.
Don't force it.
Right. But everybody behind him is forcing everything because they're wadded up 4 or 5 wide.
It's a traffic jam.
Briston Sherman comes out. Now, he got a little airy, and I thought I saw something hanging off the bottom of his boat. I don't know what that was. Then the 69 of Cole Waring in 4th, 37 of Mason Rinker 5th, Wyatt Zeller in 6th, and that 42, Aaron Green in 7th, then the 33 of John Ottinger, and the 03 of Evan LaBeouf.
Briston hooks it on the back straightaway. Gets out of control, up in the air, comes down on its side, shoots inside the course.
And he went from 3rd to 7th.
Yeah.
In 2 seconds. Got to be frustrating for him, but right now it's Neil Marsh is tracking him down. Cole Waring is now hanging out in 3rd. So again, Cole would really love to get by Neil, but he also knows, hey, I'm going to be right there 1-2 with Marsh if I can stay right in this position here and stay ahead of the 37 of Mason Rinker. But it's all about Neil Marsh, and can he catch the 10 of Tanner Rinker, our leader, from the start, from the inside of row 1. The 10 of Tanner Rinker sees the white flag come out.
White flag. I'll tell you who doesn't have that mindset is number 37, Mason Rinker.
Oh, no, looks like Evan LaBeouf down here might be causing some issues down in turn 1. Boy, it looks like that thing's taking on some water. He is just trying to keep it on plane, but flying right by him is the 10 of Tanner Rinker and the 17 of Neil Marsh. Hey, I got to give him an A for effort. He is just trying to keep that thing up.
He's trying to get out of the race line.
Yeah, he is. Ladies and gentlemen, as he comes out of turn number 2 from the north end of the course, taking qualifying heat number 2, the 10 of Tanner Rinker. And rounding out the field is in second place, the 17 of Neil Marsh, the 69 of Cole Waring in 3rd, the 37 of Mason Rinker in 4th, the 42 of Wyatt Zeller. That Diamond Z Reynolds machine wraps up top 5. A solid 6th place finish for Aaron Green in the 63. Then it's the 26 of Briston Sherman in 7th, the 54 of Darren Ware in 8th, the 33 of John Ottinger in 9th, and the 03 of Evan LaBeouf rounding out the field in 10th. Boy, that was interesting what happened on the 03 of LaBeouf, because I've never seen one of those tri-holes get that vertical after he must have...
I hope it's the trim. I think it's the trim problem.
Sure looks like
that he's got a hole in the boat.
Yeah, because it sure looks
trim
like
we can fix.
Holes in the boat, I mean, they can be fixed, just not the same weekend.
Not as quick as we need to, that's for sure.
No. And last thing Evan wants to do is give Austin his tri-hole back and be like, hey, man, I put a hole in it. Good luck. See ya.
Sorry about that.
My bad.
You can't hurt borrowed equipment, though. That's what I was told.
Okay.
The great Greg Foster told me that before.
He said you can't hurt borrowed equipment. It doesn't exist.
Nope.
Okay, good to know. I will tell you, there's one Barry McCullough that would really not like to hear that right now. All right, let's take a look at this recap here. He started on the inside of row 1, pole position after a brutal qualifying heat number 1 where he saw no points. The 10 of Tanner Rinker, they dropped the flag. He got on the inside of this first turn, and that's all it took for the 10 of Tanner Rinker. He opened up a lead, and it was just gone from there. And then it was that man in that blue boat with the puzzle under the bow, that 17, the man they called the Dude. He did what Neil Marsh does. He picked him off systematically over a couple of laps and was able to hang on to second.
He made a lot of ground up that first half of lap.
Yeah, he did. Absolutely. Wyatt Zeller trying to hang on. He's learning that new 4-stroke package. That's new to him at the end of 2025. Briston Sherman should have had third, but he got himself a little squirrely, and he hooked it down the back straightaway there, just coming out of turn number 2, and that took him from third all the way back down to 7th position. The 03 of Evan LaBeouf stepping in for the Austin Terry, who's unable to make it this weekend, has some severe trim issues. Waves to the crowd, gets out of the line, but that man right there did exactly what he needed to do after a rough qualifying heat 1. He went wire to wire. He took qualifying heat number 2, and that wraps up 2 of the 3 qualifying heats here in Texas Tri-Hull. They're done for the day. They're going to come back tomorrow morning, Tim, put one more qualifying heat in the books. But I think right now, it's 4 boats.
It's really shaping up to be a good race, because now you're going to have Tanner in the mix with all the other fast guys.
Yeah, he's going to be, middle pack, right, for Heat 3.
He's going to be right in the mix. So you're going to have his brother Mason, you're going to have Tanner, you're going to have Neil, you're going to have Mullet and Briston. So that's a heck of a field right there.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think Briston's the one leaving the heat number 2, really kicking himself after that hook job down there just outside of turn number 2.
One mistake takes him out of it.
Yeah, I mean, he went from 3rd to 7th. That's a lot of points in Texas Tri-Hull.
One straightaway. Half a straightaway.
Yeah, not even. So he's going to be going back, kicking himself there. Man, the man around on the screen right there, hat on, helmet off while he chills and puts that thing back in. I love that the Tri-Hulls still have reverse, by the way. To me, that is just absolutely fantastic that they still have and use the reverse function on a motor, whereas all the tunnel boats, that doesn't exist, right?
No, they're direct drive. Well, this is your Pro XS standard Mercury engine package you can buy at any of the Mercury dealers throughout the country.
Right on. So if you got a Tri-Hull, you don't even need to call up the IHRA to buy your motor package. You just go to your local Mercury dealer, pick up a Pro XS that fits the spec package that's right off the shelf.
Now Mercury Racing does make some a kit, a Tri-Hull kit, so that it gives you a couple things that you need for the Tri-Hull specific class.
Gotcha.
But it's really based on a stock motor.
So what you're saying is that the kit is a giant metal shell that you put over the motor so that nobody can run into it and destroy your motor right after you bought it.
We looked at that, but it didn't work out.
A little too heavy, maybe.
That wind is kicked up significantly
and
now.
It's no more bluster. It is just straight running across the river.
It's full on now.
And that's going to make this afternoon quite even more trickier than it's already been. So we've got 2 heats of Texas Tri-Hull. Now we've got Formula Lights qualifying heat number 2 coming up just after this here in just a little bit. So just a couple of heats left on the day. Big shout out to the River Authority and those that take care of the river here in Port Neches and up and down the Neches River. We were supposed to have a river open. We got delayed. It happens. They understood, allowed us to run through so that we can finish on time for you folks here at the Port Neches River Fest. Again, don't forget, swing by our merchandise tent right at the entrance to the grounds, the IHRA Formula 1 Powerboat Series merchandise tent. I mean, hoodies, a whole bunch of different cool hoodies, a whole bunch of different sweatshirts, t-shirts, hats. They've got women's styles, men's styles, kids' shirts. They've got the whole stuff. And make sure you swing up there as we get ready for the next qualifying heat here in Formula Lights as we look to wrap up qualifying here at the second round of the 2026 IHRA Series. Let's go down to Sarah. She's in the pits. Sarah?
And joined now by Dylan Anderson. Catching up in the pits. Numbers are improving from Bradenton. You're starting to look up and things are going pretty well. Qualified a little lower, but all overall looking pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, we had a kind of a rough start to qualifying. We chose to go with 2-stroke for qualifying, got out and had a motor issue with the 2-stroke, so went back to the 4-stroke, which bumped us to the back of the dock for the first heat. Managed to claw our way back up to the 8th place from the back of the dock from 15th to 16th, wherever we started, and still got some legs on us, and we can keep on climbing up the ladder. We should have a good shot at it for the weekend.
I know you had a couple motor issues, you said, but did weather at all impact between the 2 and the 4? Because a couple of guys have gone to the 4 because of the conditions out there.
Yeah, no, I mean, weather had a big portion of it, but honestly, we just thought we were having a bit of a steering issue in the 4-stroke boat. So that's why we nodded the 2-stroke to go try it. It was just a mistake on decisions, and we went back and wish we would have started there.
All right, so any other improvements you're going to make to the boat for next heat?
The boat should be good. Just got to kind of keep on climbing and see what kind of improvements we can make.
All right, we appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, that was the 17 of Dylan Anderson, the Anderson Marine Machine, who, you know, a bit of a mistake there, maybe in selection of motor packages, but he didn't lose any points because of it. He climbed his way, you know, 100% improvement. Hey, there we got some fans there right on the river waving high. Everybody has a good time here, from the little tykes all the way up to grandma and grandpa. There is always something for everybody in the family to do here at the Port Neches River Fest. This is I want to say this is like my 12th Riverfest. It's been an absolute fantastic so far. Here's the full field results from Tri-Hull Heat number 2. Tanner Rinker with a 3-second win over the 17 of Neil Marsh. Then the 69 of Cole Wearing. Behind him, Mason Rinker and Wyatt Zeller round out the top 5. And then Aaron Green, Briston Sherman, John Ottinger, Darren Ware, and Evan LeBoeuf rounding out our 10-boat field here in Texas Tri-Hull. They all were able to finish except for the 12 of Jared Shelton, who was a DNS, never able to get the boat off the trailer, and it wasn't for a whole bunch of effort. They were scrambling hard to try to get him out there. It just wasn't meant to be. We brought our divers, and our rescue teams in for just a moment, give them a break on the water. Allow them to get rehydrated and just to give them a quick break in between heats while we bring the Formula Lights back out onto the water here in just a little bit.
Well, the big question is, will Mark be able to make this second heat?
That's going to be, especially because we were given the green light to skip the river open, so that condensed down the time he had available. It's really just going to all depend on once they assessed what all happened. You know, if the hull's completely intact, I mean, I can't imagine it takes too terribly long to dry out a tunnel boat and get it back fired and running. What things are they going to have to, walk us through what the process is when you have something like that happen. What do you do to assess and move forward?
Well, first thing they'll do is they'll look at the structure of the hull to make sure that it is race-worthy. The inspectors will go over and take a look at it. They'll clean the fuel system and get her back on the water.
Absolutely. We'll be right back with more after this at round 2, the IHRA Formula 1 Powerboat Series.
Speed Sport 1 is your home for IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series. All season long, feel the thunder of 12,000 horsepower, Nitro top fuel dragsters, and Nitro funny cars. Witness the excitement of 0 to 300 miles per hour in seconds. The IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series delivers heart-pounding action with every run. Follow the entire season on Speed Sport 1. It's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options. Speed Sport 1 is red hot this weekend as the IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series is back with round 3 at Dorana Raceway, Hebron, Ohio. It's the IHRA Spring Nationals. Live coverage on Thursday will be on Speed Sport 2 starting at 9 a.m. Eastern. On Friday afternoon, Speed Sport 1 will pick up the action of Pro Mod and Top Fuel qualifying at 3:30 Eastern. And on Saturday, Pro Mod and Top Fuel finals will begin at 1:30 Eastern. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options. Speed Sport 1 is the home for the IHRA Offshore Powerboat Series. Watch top international teams push the limits of some of the fastest boats in the world, reaching speeds of up to 180 miles per hour. 14 classes, racing hull to hull, from Pro Class 1 to Super Cat. It's the IHRA Offshore Powerboat Series. Catch the entire season on Speed Sport 1. It's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options.
The Port Neches River Fest, the 25th annual, here in 2026 at the shores of the Neches River. Neches Federal Credit Union, a true community bank feel with low rates, fast approvals, where your money feels right at home. VP Racing Fuels, the choice of champions for decades. You can benefit from VP's expanded line of performance additives for your boat, daily driver, or weekend warrior. Seaway Marine, your one-stop boat motor shop for current and vintage outboards, as well as stern drives. Find them online at seaway.com. Mercury Racing, the leading provider of high-performance marine propulsion systems for the discerning boater around the world. Learn more about its wide-open line of outboards, stern drives, and propellers at mercuryracing.com. All right, welcome back, race fans. We've got part of our Formula Lights fleet on the water for their final qualifying heat of the day. The big question mark is, will the 35 of Mark Schmierbach and the 11 of RJ West make it back after their wrecks in qualifying heat number 1? Boy, RJ West a little bit more difficult with a different package, and it happened later in the race. Schmierbach, we'll have to see for both of them, but definitely made their days longer, that's for sure.
It's unfortunate, but it is part of what we do. So those guys, they're veterans, so they'll work through it and they'll get stuff fixed. And they'll be back out here. You know what I'm curious about is all of a sudden we had the fast qualifiers start up front in Heat 1. Now those guys that won the heat, they invert it by finish order on this particular one. So do they change props? Do they go for more acceleration than top end since they're starting in the back? So some of these guys could have changed their setup in between the heats. And then the wind had really picked up, but now it seems like the wind's getting it's laying down a little bit. Not completely.
No, I don't think we'll probably see it completely lay down until maybe later on in the evening. That's pretty typical around here, that if we do have wind, it'll start to lay down maybe about 6 or 7, but we'll be long off the water by then. But yeah, I mean, all of a sudden, almost nothing up here. And I mean, we've had straight wind blowing in our face all day up here on the judges' stand, and it's starting to kind of fluctuate. Yeah. Like you can feel that
it's letting up a little bit, and tomorrow's supposed to be absolutely beautiful.
Just potentially one of the categorically nicest days we have had here in Port Neches. I mean, it's not going to be 95. The humidity's not going to be through the roof. It's not going to be super windy. There doesn't look like there's going to be a cloud anywhere in sight. An absolute perfect day of racing here in the southeast of Texas, just off the Gulf. And I'm excited for it because I think it's really going to be able to showcase what these guys have all put together. And if they're a second apart when it's rough out, how close are they going to be when it's calm and they don't have to deal with all the extra variables that the wind is bringing in?
Definitely, it's going to be a perfect day for racing. One thing that a lot of people don't think about, the fact is low humidity, the motors make more horsepower.
Right, exactly. When you're at sea level, you get the benefit.
Sea level
and low humidity.
Low humidity. All of a sudden, that is what you want when you're a racer.
And it's amazing to me how many guys love running in the south where it's warm, but not humid yet, right? Yeah, I can remember races in in Augusta, Georgia, where I think you guys ran that race a few different times throughout the year, but that was normally early on the calendar back in the day. Why? Who wants to race in Augusta, Georgia in August? Now,
it was hot there anyway.
For sure, right? And then you have another one of the classic races here in the U.S., the St. Louis Grand Prix. Always run in the middle of August.
Second weekend in August, all the time, and it would be hot. And
oh
humid.
Boy, it would be hot and it would be humid, and there was already a pressure-packed, action-filled event to begin with, and it was a great time. Those are the types of events that we put on here on the Formula One Powerboat Series. I'm excited for our next round 3. We go back to Shreveport, Louisiana, Memorial Day weekend. That's going to be a fantastic race. Continuing the infrastructure and all the support around there, the city of Shreveport, Bossier, and what they do and what they've continued to grow and build there in Shreveport is super exciting. The huge Cajun Festival they got going on at the same time. It's an awesome time to be in downtown Shreveport.
Madness Festival, the Shreveport Bossier Sports Commission does a fantastic job. The Redwater Waterway Commission.
Yeah, the Red River
Waterway Commission, and they are great to work with. And it's a little bit different mindset at race 1 or 2 in the year versus race 7 or 8.
Absolutely.
Because right now, the future is bright because you've got so many races to go, and a small setback doesn't kill you.
Right.
Whereas at the end of the year, you have those small setbacks. It costs you championships.
Yeah, absolutely. You make a little blip here, a lot different than making that blip at the Alton Midwest Nationals, the penultimate race of 2026, because you don't got a whole lot left after you leave St. Louis in mid-July.
Yeah, and we're working on some other things. The IHRA is plan for the future is to try and run multiple disciplines of powerboat racing together. So offshore, IHRA offshore, watercrafts, PWCs, F1 tunnel boats. They even want to get the drag boats in there. So you're going to see some of these events happen around the country, and it's very exciting.
Absolutely, and I think it's something that those of us here on the IHRA Formula One Powerboat Series would love to have had more of that before this, and it's exciting to see that the coming together of the IHRA and the future realization of having those festivals of speed where you see all these different disciplines of powerboat racing. We've always been a fan of racing with other folks. I don't know how anybody else feels about racing with us, but I know that we've always loved, our time in Sheboygan, our time at Lake of the Ozarks, our time out in Seattle, throughout the different tunnel boat iterations. We've always had a fantastic time because we recognize that the Festival of Speed is the best for the fans.
Yeah, you got to have a festival, and that's why
we love
Port
coming here.
Neches
25 years.
Riverfest, 25 years. It's a community event, and it's fantastic. There's so many different things for the family to enjoy, and that is really got to be. That's got to be the rule book of how you move forward.
Right, absolutely, especially in today's day and age where everybody's got everything at their fingertips, and you got to be able to put on a great event. And part of a great event is chatting with the drivers and getting a little bit more insight. Let's take it down to Sarah in the pits as she's with one of our drivers. Sarah?
And joined now by Johnny Fleming in the pits. And we caught you doing some cleanup duties here and exactly kind of what's going on. But cleaning off the salt water, that's something that in Bradenton we saw. And then you have the mixture of fresh water and salt water here. So explain to us what's going on.
Typically with a brackish racetrack like we're at, and more typically with a saltwater track, we like to clean all the debris and all the little gunk off of the propeller and the lower unit. This right here with an Emily Cross and WD-40 will basically just kind of clean the edges of it, and I can also lets me help inspect the prop. If I see any dings or nicks in it. We typically like to change propellers in between heat races, especially in qualifying, to see if we can have a faster setup before the feature on Sunday. This is a brand new propeller by David Dewald, and it's going to get his debut here in about 10 minutes.
And so when you race in an all salt water like we saw in Bradenton, it's a pretty intense cleanup process afterwards, correct? Because the corrosion, everything that happens in the boats.
That is correct. You typically do not want to race in salt water in anything in an outboard. But with this, with corrosion eggs and some other things we found out with lithium grease and stuff, we have to, any electrical outlet has to be sprayed. But there will be gremlins even after the race. We had one this morning in qualifying. That's why we missed our whole qualifying heat. We had a gremlin from the salt water in Bradenton, and it blew up a battery so that we didn't get to qualify. So we're going to have a long weekend ahead of us, but we're going to learn the new boat and be good.
All right, so everything's good to go with the battery situation earlier. You can still kind of smell that aura in the air, though, here in your pit.
Yeah, it's an awful smell. It's terrible, and you should be trapped in that cockpit with it. Because when it happened, it was smoking and burning, and it's an electrical burn, and it's terrible. It's going to be stuck with us the entire weekend. But you don't think about that when you're racing, so only when you stop. So
All right. Well, we appreciate your time and all the insight. Thank you.
No problem. No problem.
Guys, back to you.
All right, well, good to hear that the Nina Johnny Fleming had maybe a little bit less to deal with than initially anticipated when he pulled off during fast lap qualifying. He's getting ready to gear it back up. He's got that 4-stroke. This is only, he didn't even get one full season in last year, just a couple of races. So, again, still working out the kinks, still learning. I think he got 2 races last year. Hopefully the weekend ends on a high note for the Nina Johnny Fleming as he continues to push. And then beautiful red and black Fleming manufacturing machine. Hey, everybody, just look at it. Hanging out, having a good time. There's so many different things to do here. I mean, they've got the cornhole, the beanbag tournaments, the washers tournaments. Every different type of thing that you could find to have fun with you, your family, your friends is right here at your fingertips at the Port Neches River Fest. As there's our winner from qualifying heat number 1 has just made his way onto the race course. That is the 69 of Jared Wallach. He's going to have to go almost to the back of the dock. We got a couple of rookies there, Tim, that are going to be shuffled behind him. And just talk a little bit about that. It's so important to take good care of your rookies, those who are still learning the craft, stepping up, like Frank Lapina, like Carissa Saddle. They're going to stay at the end of the dock here, and you have a very specific linear process that they must follow and boxes that they've got to check before you kind of unleash them to the full field. Just to give it a little bit of insight as to the importance behind things like that is why the IHRA series makes these types of decisions.
Well, you got a couple different types of new drivers. One is a total new driver to the sport. And with them, we want to hold them. We want to make them start at the rear. 2 things. You don't want them in front of everybody else not knowing exactly what to do. So we'll make them do, 4 or 5 starts at different events before we put them with the rest of the pack. And the other type of driver is a rookie. So a rookie could be a rookie to this class. So he may have some type, or they may have some type of boat racing experience, but not in that class. So they're a rookie to that class. And we'll assess them, we watch them, chief referee, race committee, and we want everybody to be safe. That's our number 1 goal at the IHRA series. So once we feel that that's going to happen, then we turn them loose.
Absolutely.
But once they get going, they're not prohibitive in any way. So they go out and they're racing for position.
There's just so many unique, particular things about the starting process in tunnel boat racing and it's just as much for them as it is for everybody else, right? Because you want them to have a level of comfort to continue to grow and learn and not hit some sort of wall where frustration tends to take over.
Well, you've got learning how to race. You also have learning the class that you're racing. So take the number 12 out there, the gray and red boat, Jack Schubert, Ace Hardware. So Jack started running kneel down J-Stock hydros when he was 9 years old.
Yeah.
So then he ran the tri-hulls for a couple years. And now he's moved to the Formula Lights because his ultimate goal is to get into Formula One.
Right.
So that's the great thing about the Formula Lights class is it is a miniature Formula One.
Right.
So the trim works the same, the engine rotation is the same, which means it acts the same in the corners. So you're doing all of the same things that you would do in a Formula One boat. It just doesn't happen as fast. You've got, 55 or 45 cubic inches, and so you got a 70-mile-an-hour boat in a Formula Lights versus 2.5 liter or
even more
or 4.6, and then you have got 120 mile an hour speeds. So we want the drivers to be able to be comfortable and confident in what they do out there.
Absolutely. And as much as it may not feel like a huge jump when you're driving in your car to go from 70 to 100 miles an hour in a boat, it is a drastically different world.
Well, look at it like this. When you first started driving a car and you got on the highway and everybody's running 70, you're like, oh my gosh, that's fast.
Yes.
But then as you get acclimated to the speed, all of a sudden things slow down then.
Absolutely.
And it's no different in the boats.
Yeah, I'm very familiar with that. It looks like we got a hot lap. We got everybody on the water, but I'm very familiar with that. I believe I was 15 in a conversion van with my father, my siblings, their friends, driving through Kansas City on our way to one St. Louis Grand Prix, where I got my first indoctrination to what doing 80-plus miles an hour in a giant van is when you got semis around you. So it was definitely not slow then. Today, it would probably be a lot slower doing it, at least from my brain. But we're going to get them out, run those hot laps, line them up on the start pontoon, as we get ready to wrap up Formula Lights racing here on the shores of the Neches River. And it looks like, there we go, green flag.
Green flag for the
and
hot
we got some people watching the boat races and doing a little bit of fishing over there on the far side of the river. And it looks like, is the 69 of Jared Pollock? Oh, he's just looping back around because he knows he's going to be the last on the start pontoon.
So,
yeah.
You know, what these guys are doing right now is they're just checking and making sure everything's working.
Right.
They want to know that, hey, the boat's running right, the trim's working right, the engine comes up to RPM. So once they do that, they get one lap to do that, then we'll bring them in, line them up, and we're off.
And you don't want them to get, I believe we've had conversations where you want to warm the motor up a little bit, but you don't want it too warm when you go to fire, because you get a little bit of a better start if you've got it warmed up, but it's not super hot yet, correct?
Yeah, you want the motor to be warm enough to fire, but not too hot, so it doesn't have maximum performance.
Okay. Right on. All right, there's 78 of Marshall Gildermaster. He's got his hot lap in, and then it's the 60 of Brandon Bobalik. Again, we're going reverse order of finish, so you're going to see the likes of Shelby Love be near the top after that fuel issue. Hopefully she's got it fixed. I don't know if I see her out there. Yes, she is out there. So hopefully that fuel issue has been corrected on the 24 of Shelby Love. And she can put together some good points because she knows she's got to make some ground up. As much as it's early in the season and it's only the first heat, if you're in Shelby Love's position, you're going, it's only that first heat is so much more important looking back now. Like, oh, there were so many points on the table that I just left out there.
Well, you on the IHRA series, you get points for all your heat races. So you have got to perform every time you put that in the water. But look where she's starting. She's starting, actually, she would be starting second, but it doesn't look like Hans is putting in the water now. So
okay, so it looks like she's going to stay in that second position. Hans Macaulay, the man who splits time between Houston and Vienna, Austria, running for that Macaulay and Sons Racing on the pole with the 24 Shelby Love right next to him. And then in the third position, in that Crane Technologies, that's the number 91 at James Klein. And right next to him, in fourth off the start dock, that's the 78 of Marshall Gildermaster.
Well, you know, Marshall's got a very similar boat on Mulgard as Jared, our winner from the first heat.
Absolutely. They came in, and you can see there's our three rookies starting in the back of this second qualifying heat with the 12 of Jack Schubert, the 6 of Carissa Saddle, and the 97 of Frank Lapina. All right, well, the 94 Dominic Trollian is making his way to the start dock. I do see no RJ West, so as maybe he forecasted or foreshadows in this conversation with Sarah down in the pits, looks like the Clover Eagle is going to be on the shore for qualifying heat number 2. Hopefully, we get to see it back running tomorrow for qualifying heat number 3 and the final. Now, there's a driver right there pulling up. You know, he's a part of that Rinker contingency, the broader Rinker family that's had so much success. And I think you see that, you know, he may not have been in the boat himself a long time, but he's been around it a long time. And the learning curve is really, he's really progressed quickly throughout his rookie season from last year. You know, he's qualified, I think, 6th out of 15, which is a solid qualifying position. Maybe struggling a little bit in that wind there in qualifying heat number 1, but I wouldn't be surprised we see that 52 Addison Dumford fighting in and out of that top 5 throughout the season here in 2026.
No, he had a good race down in Bradenton.
Yeah.
And he's coming here. He qualified good. So the first heat, I thought he did a great job, and he's just methodically working his way up.
Well, and I believe that he's got something coming down the pike that might significantly help the performance that comes from outside the cockpit. And I believe there is another Hoffman composite potentially on order for that young driver out of Franklin, Tennessee. And we have seen that those boats are light and they are strong. And those are two things that are very beneficial in a Formula Light, because with this small tunnel and it being pushed by the wind, I can imagine it exacerbates the placement of the weight that because you have weight.
It's critical. I mean, you put 2 or 3 pounds in the nose of a Formula Light, and it is a huge difference.
Completely different boat.
But one of the things that the Hoffman in the Formula Lights has really got is corner speed. So you'll notice how high the boat sits going through the corners, and it allows them to have high corner speed. Well, why does high corner speed make a difference? Well, if you can run faster through the corners, that means you can run a bigger prop, and then you have more top end.
Yeah, absolutely. And so it all comes together and really becomes that total package. And I think you're going to see these things continue to dominate. But right now, we're going to send things down to Sarah in the pits. Sarah?
And joined now by Jimmy Kerr. Qualified 8, jumped up to 5, and you're having a pretty good day out here. A couple of things you've changed, and how you feeling?
Yeah, from Bradenton back in February, we broke 2 motors actually back in Bradenton, and living in that cold weather, we couldn't get out and test like these Southern boys can, and we came down to Kevin McCullough's shop, and he put a new motor on there. We broke her in yesterday in the morning, and we were hoping to get some testing done, but we didn't. Qualified with a prop that we didn't know anything about, and then we put another prop on for the heat race, and like we said, made up the 5th, and we got another prop for the second heat. So this is our test session, and we're just hoping for better and better results. Things are going really well.
Well, the goal obviously is just to finish the heat, right? So you can keep collecting as many points as possible, but you're just kind of plugging and playing. So I guess the end result will be exactly what you want out there.
Correct. Just the end result, it was like we were behind Dustin Terry for the whole race, and we would get on his back door, then I'd fall back because he, getting in his wash, and then Jeremiah Mayo was right behind me, and it was a 3-way battle all race, and that's when it's fun, really fun. So we're dedicating this weekend, Port Neches. This is the first time in 2 years for me being back here. This is where I lost my teammate 2 years ago. So this is a dedication to Bobby Briggs, and his old crew chief is with us now today and racing with us, and so we're honoring Bobby Briggs this weekend and racing for him.
Well, what a great honor to keep that memory alive, too, every time you're here, to make sure that that's still a part of your crew and part of your life. So once again, thank you for joining us, and we'll catch up with you after the next round.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Guys, back to you.
All right. Thanks, Sarah. Well, that right there, Tim, to me is maybe one of the dark horses, right? He's in that conversation of guys who could definitely win, but I think if you polled, 25 people in the pits, 24 of them may probably not pick him as the number 1 guy. However, he's got the skill to do so. He's got the speed to do so. He's just got to find himself, right? It's amazing how a couple of 2 or 3 different individual specific short moments throughout an entire weekend can change from a podium to a middle-of-the-pack finish, especially when, after we saw from fast lap qualifiers how tight all these drivers are from their lap times on top of one another.
Well, Jimmy's won championships before, so he knows what it takes to win, and a lot of times it's just clicking on the right combination of things. And it's not always easy to do because you're trying so many props and engine settings and engine heights and everything that goes in to make one of these formula boats drivable.
Absolutely.
So you got to have the skills to do it, but you got to have the equipment.
Absolutely. All right, we're going to get these last boats lined up here. We're going to send it back down to Sarah here before we start this Formula Lights Heat 2. Sarah?
Well, joined now by James Klein here as you guys just pulling the boat out. Any adjustments and things changing out there? I have heard the guys mention that the wind has picked up a bit more than what it was earlier today. So what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, the wind's playing a big factor into what we're propping for the race. It's pretty lumpy out there on the front stretch, and doing that, it's messing with some of the electronics from round one in Bradenton. We had a kill switch go bad. We got that changed out, but over cranking the motor, we got a big fuel issue now, and we're not able to get it fired to make round two for Heat 2.
We were just talking to Fleming about some of that because that salt water really does do a number on some of these boats. And so he was talking about how important it is to clean. But once you get those gremlins out of there, I guess you're good to go?
Yeah, for sure. The salt water really plays a big issue with everything. You have to go through cleaning every metal surface off the race or it'll immediately corrode. Switches, wiring, everything. We had to do the whole ignition before Heat 1. It's a battle, but once you get out there, it's a lot of fun.
All right. Well, thank you very much.
No problem.
Guys, back to you.
Thanks, Sarah. Yeah, reaping the frustrating things of dealing with salt water. It's, I can imagine throughout your career, in those moments where you raced in salt water, if you did ever go over, it's like just take all the wiring out. Just might as well just take it out now if you have the time, because you just end up chasing it forever.
You do, and especially if you go over in salt water. So it's one thing to race in it and you're getting sprayed, and it still causes a problem. But if you go over in salt water, we would rip all the wiring out, we'd rip all the switches out, and we'd start over.
And you're seeing now more and more of the boats come with these modular wiring harnesses that make it a bit easier to move them through the boat. A bit different back when you were having to run individual wires all the way through the boat. I can imagine quite a time-consuming process.
Oh, that's for sure.
In a place where you don't have time on your side.
No, and it's gotten to the point where it's more doable on site than it was prior.
I can imagine that, back when you first started your career, if a guy went over in saltwater, even if the boat wasn't in bad shape, I mean, there was probably, would they just leave it on the trailer for the weekend just because they didn't have the ability to run everything? Or at least
Nobody I knew would do that.
They at least gave it a whirl, huh?
If I can get it running, I'm racing it.
All right, looks like the 94 Dominic Trollian is now come into a bit of an issue. They're trying to work with him. Boy, the Michiganders feeling the heat of not being able to test out the gremlins and get everything dialed in before the races. The only driver from Michigan here this weekend that got to do any testing was Neil Marsh, and he did that in a blizzard. So, and a Tri-Hull handles the wind that comes along with a blizzard a little bit better on an open lake in Michigan in mid-April than a tunnel boat does. So it looks like they're draining maybe have some water in the boat there in the 94.
That's what it looked like. But, Dominic went over in Bradenton in the first round, so I wonder if this is some effects that maybe they didn't catch.
The lingering
after the race, sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially, if there may have been some hairline cracks or some things that, with him sitting out here, he was the first boat to get on the water before heat number 2, so he was out here for the longest time. And if you got any stress cracks, not always super easy to see.
No, they don't show up right away.
Right.
So you get out here in the rough water, take the pounding, but, the good point is the water is getting really nice out there.
Yeah, it's weird. It calmed down. Then it picked up right when we were loading all the boats in. Now it's calmed back down.
It's looking really good out there right now.
This will be some fast water here for our Formula Lights as we give the 94 Dominic Trollian just a minute or two longer to try to get that thing back under power. The question is I have a feeling at this point they're going to go, hey, Dominic, I'm going to need you to go to the back of the start pontoon. But it looks like Chief Referee just kind of looking, Doug Gray looking over his shoulder, checking out, trying to give him as much time. He's giving him 1 minute. All right, it looks like the 94 Dominic Trollian is going to start after everybody leaves. He's going to fall in behind from the boat launch area, which is right next to the start dock here at the Port Neches River Fest. See, just off the right of the screen there, actually right behind Shelby Love, is one of the two bays of the boat launch that we have here at the park in downtown Port Neches. And so he's going to come right off of that after everybody leaves as they finally get this boat back together.
Well, these boats are equipped with flapper drains, so if they do get some water in them, long as they're under power and they're not sitting, it will self-drain. Now, that only works to a certain degree.
Fair.
So if what they're going to do is they're probably going to flip them around and kind of hold them up, and then once they start, he'll go in and follow them as they come by.
Right. Well, much like what's the racing they do? Oh, never mind. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Coming up on the 1 minute gun. 1 minute drivers, 1 minute. The 24 is Shelby Love, after some fuel issues in Heat 1, finds herself on the pole here in Heat number 2. She's going to need some valuable points. Can she get off the dock well? 50 seconds, drivers, 50 seconds. The 78 of Marshall Gildermaster continuing to improve. Can he do it here in qualifying Heat number 2? 40 seconds, drivers, 40 seconds. Watch out for the 52, Dumford Racing of Addison Dumford, and the 60 of Brandon Bobolic. They're both dangerous. 30 seconds, drivers, 30 seconds. Watch out for Mendana. Then you got the 01 of McKee, the 69 of Wallach, a host of rookies, and the last two drivers coming off the dock. Let's round out qualifying here in Formula Lights on Saturday. 20 seconds, drivers. You're under starter's orders. He drops the flag.
Looks like Shelby got a good run.
She did. Look at the 69 of Wallach. He got an absolute monster start from out there in 6th position. Now they're going to have to go wide way around. Boy, Mendana got squeezed pretty hard as they go down into turns 3 and 4. Let's see if they can make it through clear. Everybody does make it through clean. I'm surprised how Mendana just did not get off the dock. Oh no, looks like the 97 of Frank Lapina, the rookie, does not fire, and he's going to have to fall back in behind. But the 69 of Wallach is already up in 2nd position. Wow, is that Beauregard just an absolute rocket out here in Formula Lights? He went from 4th to last off the start deck all the way up front. There goes the 94 Dominic Trollian.
Top end speed.
He really does. She's going to have to drive him all over the course. Not that she can't. The question is
you got the long run to the first turn and back, so he may be set up for that rather than the actual race course.
Right, because he's like, hey, all I got to do is get up 2, 3, 4, and I'm going to collect enough points to stay out in front after 2 heats. So let's not worry about the dock start. Let's worry about the big wheel and just drag racing down the stretches.
Exactly. So he's got a little bit different game plan, and you can see how he's kind of staying outside.
Yeah, and it looks like the 52 of Addison Dumford's moved his way up into 3rd, and he's fighting with the 01 of Jake McKee. They were right over the deck of the 24 of Shelby Love as she's continued to back off. That is an absolute fantastic shot by our drone team as a part of Windy City Productions and the great production team here at the IHRA. He was right on top of the 24 of Shelby Love as she is fighting hard to try to stay out in front of the 69 of Jared Wallach.
Right now it looks like they're kind of stabilized and they're staying about the same, and we'll see what happens once they get into lap traffic.
Right, as we stay over the shoulder of the 24 Love, you can see the wash and almost the vantage point of what she's looking at going to the corner. Now she goes tight to the inside, but here comes McCauley. He leaves her a lane, but 1, 2, and 3 are totally wiped out by back markers, and this is where Wallach can actually make a big jump because he can move to the outside. Like you said, he's not the one punching the hole.
She got cut off on the back straightaway and had to set the boat down. She was trying to go in between them. So now she's moved to the outside of the lappers. She needs to dive back down to the inside now.
Yeah, the question is when's she going to do that on the 42 of McCauley? You know, I got to say, though, Carissa Saddle, she didn't move. She stayed in lane 1. That's where she always was. And that's all you can ask as a driver out of a rookie is, listen, just stay in your lane, right? If it's 1, that's fine. Right. If it's 4. All right, let's take a look at this. She goes down into the corner. She's down here.
She's coming in. She's trying to thread the needle there. And you see them kind of tighten up for the turn.
Ooh.
That was close.
That was way closer than any of them wanted to be. And it looks like the 6 at Carissa Saddle probably didn't even see her coming. She snuck up on her so quick, and that door just closed. But now that she continues to fight hard, though, he's on her hip. But you're right, Tim. She's got the cornering speed in that Hoffman with the setup that she has and going pin to pin. I mean, you and I both know you do not have to have the fastest top end. If you go pin to pin, you can hold somebody at bay for a very long time.
That's right. We saw that in Bradenton with Jake McKee holding her off in one of the heat races.
Absolutely. He held her off for 75% of the heat race, and she was right on his hip. We've only got 2 minutes, 29 seconds remaining, plus 1 lap here in this second final qualifying heat in Formula Lights on Saturday here at the Port Neches River Fest. But now that lead's starting to open up a little bit. You can start to see now that she's clear of the corners, it seems she's growing that lead, not so much on the straightaways, but boy, every time she goes in and out of the corners, she's gaining half a boat length.
And the wind's kicked back up. So
it can't make up its mind.
It doesn't know what it wants to do, but guess what? They're adjusting, and the better they adjust, that's why they're running up front. So Shelby's got a good line right now. She's got, she can go inside, outside. She just doesn't want to box herself into a corner.
All right, there we go. Look at the great overhead shot. You can see the different race lines that people are choosing to take. But it's funny how you have multiple race lines in the middle of the back straightaway, but you have like 2 when they go to the corner.
Yeah, exactly. They all want to be in lane 1, but a great race course is one that there's more than one race line, and that's what we have here at Port Neches.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, one of the reasons why the drivers themselves love coming here, it's not just the fans, not just the community, it's the raceability of the course, your ability to go inside, outside. I mean, third is the 52 Addison Dumford. He is fighting hard, sitting there in third.
He's doing a great job.
Absolutely. He's holding off McKee. They're getting into some of the back markers. Trollian was out there in lane 2. He dove down underneath. He's fighting good and holding off the 01 of Jake McKee, our second place finisher from Bradenton. So no slouch in his own right. And again, this I think is what we're seeing from that 52 at Dumford. He's just continuing to get better. He's getting much more comfortable behind the wheel. And I think we're going to see, with this, who knows? We might end up seeing a podium at the end of it. If he's able to hold off Jake McKee that well, there's no reason he couldn't finish on the podium here in Formula Lights.
That's right. Starts are critical in Formula Lights. And you're seeing a good battle also. Babalik looks like he's pulled out a little bit from the 21 of Madonna.
Yeah, as they come right here, there's Madonna coming into 3. There's the 01 of McKee.
He got held up a little bit that last lap.
Yeah, and you got to expect that 21 of Madonna, it's a brand new boat to him. I think he got 1 test session in. You said he almost blew it over, so he probably didn't get the maximum value out of that test session. So he's just still learning how that Hoffman boat handles compared to that Hugh.
It's only going to get better. White flag out for Shelby Love, and Jared is right honored.
Yeah, let's jump back to our leaders. There's the 21 of Mendana, but we find back the 24 of Love as she comes out of turn number 2. There's our battle still for first and second. The 24, I love that move by James Klein coming onto the course. If you just heard that noise, he's collected points. Am I right, Tim?
That's right.
Because points are key. The 24 of Love now comes out of turn number 3. Off at 30 now, a wide out of 4. Pushing hard, and she's going to hang on. Ladies and gentlemen, taking the checkered flag in qualifying heat number 2. Number 24, Shelby Love.
That was a great finish. It almost reminded me of last year, but opposite. She was in second and made the last lap pass.
Absolutely, yeah. The 969, Jared Wallach locks himself into first place after 2 heats. And Addison Dumford with his first podium finish ever in his Formula Lights career. He's got to feel ecstatic to hold off Jake McKee, who finished 4th, and grab a podium finish here in qualifying for the first time in his career.
That's going to give him a lot of confidence because now he knows he's got the speed.
Right, and take a look at the finish here. Impressive battle that we're probably going to see for the rest of the weekend. Look at, he's right on her heels as they come through the final 2 turns, but she does a great job setting it in lane 2, keeps up the corner speed, and that 69 of Wallach just did not have an answer for young Shelby Love here in this Formula Lights second qualifying heat. They've got one more left tomorrow, but they have put Saturday in the books in Formula Lights. The Shelby 24 of Shelby Love and the 69 of Jared Wallach winning 2 of the 3 qualifying heats here in Formula Lights. They're going to tally up the points, and guess what we're going to do tomorrow, Tim? We're going to make the leaders start from the back again.
That's right. They'll have to come to the only difference the next heat is they're going to be by each other at the start.
Right.
This heat, they were at opposite ends of the starting line. So
correct.
That's really, she's going to have to find a little speed tonight.
Absolutely. She's going to have to find the speed, and she's going to have to find some intestinal fortitude and probably just, hey, listen, you just got to stick your nose in there, right? He's going to come for it, and he's going to come from the outside. You got to hold your ground. And last year, I would have said, you know what, he's probably just going to walk her coming out of 3. This year, that's a completely different story as that young driver has really improved her skill. Let's take a recap here of this Formula Lights final. Great jump there, but look at the 69 of Wallach. That thing just jumps off like a rocket. Solid jump there by the 24 of Love as well. The 21 of Medina, not so much. Love got out early. Wallach climbed from like 11th to 2nd on the opening lap with that amazing start.
That's the advantage of that long run all the way down, and I really believe that's what he was set up for.
Because he was already in last. He knew all he had to do was keep the people, get by a couple of the boats that were near him in the front. If he could do that, watch out there. Carissa Saddle and the 24 Shelby Love almost get together as they just squeezed her out as she was trying to push away from the 69 of Wallach. And then there's the 52 of Dumford and that Dumford racing machine.
Great result.
Fantastic.
Great result for him.
Hey, how about this? All 3 rookies, solid race, stayed out of the way, no contact. Learning. Unfortunately, Frank Lapina, I don't think he ended up able to finish the rest of heat number 2 there. But, hey, when you're a rookie, you learn a lot. You may not get to start every race. You may not get to finish every heat race. But you sure do learn a lot here, especially in Formula Lights. What a great run by the 24 of Shelby Love. 69 of Wallach, he is definitely the class of the field here this weekend. He is going to be the driver to beat. Can anybody knock him off? We got one more qualifying heat before he tries to lock in pole position for the main event.
He'll still have to start behind everybody tomorrow, so they got another shot at him.
Absolutely, and you know what? He'll probably say, let's just keep that setup exactly the same. And then rounding out the field there, the 6 of Carissa Saddle. The 91 of James Klein did able to get out. He was able to run some laps, and a 11th place finish or 12th place finish is a heck of a lot better than a DNS.
That's right. It gets him something, and that's what you got to have. Every time you put the boat on the water, you need some kind of points.
Absolutely. All right. Well, that wraps up the Formula Lights second and final qualifying heat of the day here in Formula One's coming up to round out and finish up the day here on the second round of the 2026 IHRA Formula One Powerboat Series. We'll be right back with the conclusion of racing here on Saturday qualifying at the Port Neches River Fest for the 25th edition. We'll be right back.
Speed Sport 1 is red hot this weekend as the IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series is back with round 3 at Tarana Raceway, Hebron, Ohio. It's the IHRA Spring Nationals. Live coverage on Thursday will be on Speed Sport 2 starting at 9 a.m. Eastern. On Friday afternoon, Speed Sport 1 will pick up the action of Pro Mod and Top Fuel qualifying at 3:30 Eastern. And on Saturday, Pro Mod and Top Fuel finals will begin at 1:30 Eastern. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options.
When the love of your life turns into a waste of time, when there's no peace of mind, something's wrong. When there's no peace of mind, something's wrong.
Get racing news, analysis, highlights, and more 24 hours a day, 7 days a week at speedsport.com. Get it all. NASCAR, IndyCar, Formula One, World of Outlaws, Trans Am, IHRA, and more. Speed Sport has been America's trusted source of racing news since 1934. Speedsport.com is America's motorsports authority. Check it out today. Speed Sport 1 is the place for the Hunt the Front Super Dirt Series, the premier dirt super late model tour of the Southeast.
And just about 4 wide for the lead.
Watch the series on Speed Sport 1 as it travels to some of the South's best tracks. Founded by racers, the Hunt the Front Super Dirt Series is a professional touring series, and you can see the entire season on Speed Sport 1. It's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options.
The 25th annual Port Neches River Fest. Brought to you by Neches Federal Credit Union, a true community bank feel with low rates, fast approvals, where your money feels right at home. VP Racing Fuels. Learn more about their ultramarine and explore VP's full product line online at vpracingfuels.com. Seaway Marine, your one-stop boat motor shop for current, vintage, outboard, and stern drive parts. Find them online at seawaymarine.com. Mercury Racing, the art of speed. Mercury Racing propellers offer the ultimate performance and durability. Find everything about Mercury Racing at mercuryracing.com. All right, race fans, welcome back here. We've got about a third of the field on the water in the Formula One class as we look to wrap up Saturday qualifying here at round 2 of the 2026 IHRA Formula One Powerboat Series. Man, that rolls off the tongue nice. Who is the IHRA Formula One Powerboat Series? Well, we are the same series we were before, but now we are a part of the International Hot Rod Association. With their growth over the last 2 years, bringing us into the fold, looking to create festivals of speed on the water and on the land. What a fantastic organization it has been. It has been a fantastic 4 or 5 months so far, and so many more amazing things to come. But you can find out all of the IHRA action on IHRA.com, from drag pro pulling to stock car racing to Formula One powerboat racing, offshore racing, drag boat racing. And the traditional drag racing of the IHRA is all on display at IHRA.com. You want yourself some nice IHRA F1 Powerboat Series merchandise or your official Port Neches River Fest shirt, swing by at the entrance to the IHRA merchandise tent and check out all the fantastic goodies. Say hi to Debbie for me, would you? And make sure you treat her nice. Once racing's concluded, we've got concerts going on tonight. The Midway's going to be running. The rides are going to be rolling tonight because nothing was running yesterday with all that rain. The food's going to be flying. Wet your whistle. Keep yourself happy. And I hope you and your families have a fantastic time here tonight for the conclusion of Saturday qualifying here with this final race in Formula One. For those of you not here, if you've never been to Port Neches, Texas, and you make your way, you find yourself in Houston or in the Southeast, do yourself a favor. Come on out here. Beautiful country, fantastic fishing, from redfish to all the other unbelievable fishing that Southeast Texas has to offer. Only about an hour and a half from downtown Houston or Houston IAH Airport. So right here in beautiful Southeast Texas, just about 25 minutes south of Beaumont, Texas, right there on the Louisiana border. Lake Charles, Louisiana, the big gambling hub there in western Louisiana, is just about 25 minutes down the road. What a great place to be. And for those of you that might find yourself in a place where it's still 30 or 40 to 50 degrees Fahrenheit, it's a lot nicer down here. It's about 78 degrees and sunny today. The sun is shining, a little bit of a wind, but beautiful weather here in this fantastic destination for powerboat racing, Port Neches, Texas, here for the 25th annual Riverfest. All sorts of beautiful wildlife here as well. Camera guys having fun with it out here today. They've been getting all sorts of great shots. But we've got most of the boats are on the water. Like, we're just waiting for the last couple of drivers to get in. There goes the 71 of Jimmy Kerr. We're still waiting on the 9 of Johnny Fleming and the 24 of Spencer Love here for qualifying heat number 2. And that's going to wrap up racing as the 71 of Kerr makes his way down to the far south end of the course for the rest of the boats. And we get the last boat in the couple of boats in the water. We're going to send things down here to the pits as our reporter Sarah is with another one of our drivers here at the Port Neches River Fest. Take it away, Sarah.
And joined now by Addison Dumford. A little bit better of a heat there for you, so coming in third in that heat. And any changes that you made from the first heat to this one to help you climb that ladder just a bit?
No, not really. We're going to change the prop, honestly, but we decided not to. Obviously, it showed. It was okay. I just stayed in it, was a little bit more aggressive. I got a good start off the dock, and gives you kind of a rush, so keeps you going, and wants you to drive a little harder and keep that position.
I haven't had a chance to catch up with you specifically, and we've been talking about all the elements out there on the water. We've got the rain from yesterday, the wind, clearly. It's picked up and then dropped off and then picked up again. How hard or difficult is it for you to figure out what exactly you want to do, because you're not really sure what it's going to be like out there in the water?
Yeah, I mean, the win today is the first. For me, I've never driven anything like this before. Last year was my first year. So this win was for sure a little difficult for me. We honestly put a little weight in the front of the boat to help keep it down. And you just got to watch it trim and feel the boat underneath you and help see what you can do.
All right, sounds good. Well, we'll see you tomorrow for the final heat, and then maybe in the final rounds after that.
Awesome, thank you.
Thank you. Guys, back to you.
Thanks, Sarah. We have a great run there by Team Dunford. Downplaying it maybe a little bit was the 52 of Addison Dunford. Solid run, but it sounds like maybe he's got a little bit more in the tank here for tomorrow's third and final qualifying heat. And he might have a chance to make his way up because he's going to be ahead of all the other drivers. So he might have a chance to shoot for a win there in qualifying heat 3.
He sure could. And, he may try a different prop in that third heat just to see if he finds something different for the final. But I liked what he said in the fact that you got to feel it underneath you so you know what to do with the boat. And that tells me that he's starting to learn how this all works.
Absolutely. Well, let's take a look at our starting lineup for this second and final qualifying heat of the Formula One class here on Saturday. On pole, after having some gremlins in the first heat, the 98 of Aiden Benton. In second off the start pontoon, the other Canadian running for Barrett Custom Marine, the 22 of Kyle Maskell. In third off the start dock, the 99 of Travis Yates in that JH Performance Machine, followed by the 34, the Okeechobee native of Jeff Reno. In fifth, the 13 of Grant Schubert. In sixth, the number 2 of John Jensen. The second half of that Island Lake Marine Machine, Island Lake Marine Racing Team, solid finish in Heat 1. Then the 9 of Johnny Fleming, followed by the 17 of Dylan Anderson there in 8th position. In 9th, the 14 of Andrew Tate. In 10th, the number 8 of Jeremiah Mayo. And then in 11th, the 71 of Jimmy Kerr. 12th, the 01 defending champion of Dustin Terry, your 2025 series champion. Then the 52 of Chris Rinker, the 24 of Spencer Love, and the 29 of Jared Jensen. And I think this is what is really going to put Jared Jensen to the test.
It will, because he's going to have to, instead of getting out front and managing the race, controlling the race, now he's going to have to pass. He's going to have to make those passes on the fast guys. But I'll tell you who I think has a real shot at this is number 22, Kyle Maskell. He's starting in the second position. They had a carburetor overflow in the first heat, and that's what his problem was. So if they've got that thing, that could be the float levels were too high, could have got some dirt in the needle valve, but he comes off the dock strong normally.
Yeah.
So keep your eye out on number 22.
Absolutely, and Kyle's one of those guys that he's been around long enough. He's run on the F1 H2O. He's run out in the big body water in Seattle. Like, he knows how to keep somebody behind him, right? Which is a huge skill to have, because if you can get out, because he knows at some point he's probably going to have some of those faster boats. They're going to make their way up on him and challenge him, and he's going to have to run that baba, in lane 1, 2, 3, and possibly 4 to keep him at bay.
What he really needs, if he can get the start, whoever gets out front, they need to lay down some laps right off the bat while everybody's stuck in the traffic.
Absolutely.
And pull out a little bit of a gap and give yourself some breathing room.
Right on. Now, curious, is that something that you learn by being told, or is that one of those things where you really have to understand how hard to push it those first few laps? Is that something you have to go through to kind of realize, oh, wow, I really got to lay it down because I have such a short window of really clean water where I get to pick my own line?
Well, different drivers look at it differently. Some guys set up for the beginning of the race. Some guys set up for the end of the race. So, like if I were to set up, I would set up for the beginning of the race and then manage the race. Get out front, pull a lead at the very beginning if you can, and then just manage it. Where if you set up for the end of the race, you don't know what the end of the race is going to bring. So you don't know if you're going to be able to make that time up. Sure,
right.
You'll be fast, but are you close enough to be able to make that pass? So I think definitely here you want to get from point A to point B, which is the start dock to
turn 3.
Turn 3, which is, the turn buoy for the start of the race.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what happens. I think, not to mention 98 Aiden Benton in that new to him composite craft. He's probably chomping at the bit to find some clean water and see what this thing can do in racing conditions. But he also had to pull off the course. Thankfully, it looks like it might have not been too terribly catastrophic, as they were able to get it back together for qualifying heat number 2.
Well, he didn't get any testing yesterday due to the rain, so Aiden's just probably going to get some clean laps, get some experience with that boat before, and not only in the second heat, but the third heat, and then that will set him up better for the final.
Right, absolutely. And it's got to be a tough thing going into a brand new boat. These things, even boats made by the same manufacturer, coming one after another off of the production line, right after being manufactured, can still feel different, even if they're built to the same specs.
We would build boats identical to one another, and you'd get one, and it would be different in the exact copy, just like the propellers. These propellers are partially CNC'd now by a machine with a program, but then they have to be finished by hand. So there is still, even though you get propellers copied, it still doesn't mean you're getting exactly what you think
right.
you're getting.
It seems like finding the propeller, right? And I think every driver's got that propeller, right? No matter what, like if I'm frustrated with my propeller setup, just stick that one on and I'll be fine. It's like finding a diamond in the rough.
It is, and you'll go through. You could go through 20 or 30 or 40 props before you find that one, and for some reason, when you do, it works everywhere. It shouldn't. But it does. And it's probably mental, because the driver has all the confidence in it. So he's like, I know this will be fine.
Right.
And it could be the way it handles in the rough water after you get going. It could be the mid-range. I had a prop that had unbelievable mid-range. It wasn't that fast on top end, but it had the mid-range. So from the start dock to the first turn, you always had an advantage.
On those short courses, you could get out front and just kind of manage and drive everybody behind you. And if you didn't have some giant long straightaway, you weren't having to worry about getting drag raced by the guy behind you into the corner. And
it's not so much that you have to drive them around, is if you know your competitors, all you do is drive on their line.
Right.
So you know that the guy behind you likes to go outside. So you leave him a little room so he goes inside at the entrance of the turn, and then you take it away as you go down the straightaway on the exit. So knowing your competitors and what they like is part of it as well.
Yeah, and you definitely see that with the large overhead shots. It's funny, like if you were to draw a perfect oval around all the buoys and then you laid that over the where most of the racing lines are, they would be slightly tilted on one another because nobody goes out of the corner in one and stays down one and then goes into one for the most part, right? Maybe you're rookies and somebody who's learning.
If it's totally smooth, yes.
But when is it ever totally smooth?
Exactly. Exactly. There's never 2 laps that are the same. So you have to constantly adjust. You're adjusting the steering. You're adjusting the trim. You never stop trimming these boats. You trim it you trim the motor out as you exit the corner to pack as much air underneath the tunnel as you can. And as you're coming down the straightaway, you're constantly trimming it down until you get to the turn where you trim it down. What more of the running surface allows you to take the hard turn, and you're immediately on the up.
Yeah, I would imagine if you keep it out, that this thing becomes more of a wind block than anything else. It's just pushing against
You'll blow it over.
Well, there's that too. All right, we got our final few boats getting on the start pontoon here. Looks like the 9 of Johnny Fleming is lined up. 17 of Dylan Anderson make his way in. And then we've just got a few more boats. The 14 of Andrew Tate.
We got Jimmy Kerr still out there, Chris Rinker still out there.
And Spencer Love and Jared Jensen.
Spencer's still out there.
Yeah, it's weird to me to see like Dylan Anderson and there's 4 other boats lining up behind him. It's just not something we've really seen very often over the last couple of seasons. And
it can happen to anybody.
Yeah, you know what? And I mean, and you hit the nail on the head, right? We were talking about it earlier. Then they did Sarah had the interview with Dylan. He's like, listen, man, we went 2-stroke because there was a weird steering issue, and we probably should have just gutted through the steering issue and stuck with the 4-stroke, but they didn't. So they had to battle in Heat 1, and now they're going to. And what I think they're very quickly realizing, especially after fast lap qualifiers, is it's going to be a battle everywhere. Like there's no.
It was so tight. It was so tight on the qualifying laps.
There's not going to be any margin for error. Fighting for 9th, fighting for 1st. It doesn't matter here. But we're going to send things down here to Sarah in the pits right before we get ready to go here at F1. Sarah, take it away.
All right, and joined now by Jack Schubert. How's Texas treating you so far? A couple of heats in, and you're pretty much good to go.
Yeah, it's been great here. I've just been trying to break through the weather at the beginning of this weekend, and then now it's great outside. It's nice. Just a little bit of wind, so it makes the water a little rough.
Do you think being a little resilient or younger causes some resiliency because you're really not so much fearful of what can happen?
I don't think I'm fearful because I've just been doing it for a couple of years now. I'm not sure how many exactly, but I've been doing it since I was 8, so I've been just toughing it out more and more, so figuring it out a little while.
So growing up around the sports probably really helped you too because you've been around boats your entire life, right?
Yeah, as I've been growing up, I've been working on boats, fixing everything, so helping my dad out, and it's helped me a lot come this far.
Well, it's great to see you behind the wheel, actually, in the boat, and we'll see you in the next round tomorrow.
Thank you.
All right, guys, back to you.
Thanks, Sarah. The always fantastic interviewer, Jack Schubert, laying it down there and giving us some insight, but looking solid. Oh, there we go. Now that, I remember those days. You remember those days where you could just get dirty as a kid and it didn't matter, nobody cared, just living in your own little world. And that dude right there is just living his best life in his own world. For those of you here at the Riverfest, if you go on to YouTube and find the IHRA F1 Powerboat Series, you'll see exactly what I'm talking about. This young man has got himself buried up to his about mid-chest in sand, having a great time.
So right when we get ready to go racing, here comes the wind.
Doo-doo-doo-doo.
Yeah, but that's fine. We get through it, but you can see the wind on the water, and it's about halfway down the straightaway on both sides.
It's amazing how the little shadows caused by all the little waves create a different look to the water, in different areas on the race course.
And these drivers have to be able to read that.
Yeah.
You can't have it aired out and run in to that, this type of wind.
I mean, you've
got to tap it down right before you get to it.
Right. You can. It may not work out very well for you in the end, but nobody's going to stop you from doing it. You probably just shouldn't.
You got to finish in order to win.
Absolutely. Now, curious, would you take this or flat calm?
The boats are faster with a little bit of wind. When it's like a sheet of glass out there, the water is very sticky and it sticks to the bottom of the boat. So the little chop like this is the best, because that way it puts a little air under the boat and holds the boat up more.
Okay.
So it's faster, and it's faster into the wind because you're picking the boat up a little bit more. And downwind, it's a little bit slower.
Is that because the wind's just kind of essentially pushing the boat down into the water table?
Not as much as it's picking it up as you're going into the wind.
Okay. All right, we're going to send things back down to Sarah's. We've got our final boats lined up. We are just moments away from the Formula One second qualifying heat here at the Port Neches River Fest. So we're going to send things down back into the pits to Sarah. She's with another one of our drivers. Take it away, Sarah.
Dominic, just one little issue today. Otherwise, you were pretty happy with how things have been going out there on the water for you.
Yeah, so, we got a new boat lined up for the end of the season. It's not done yet, so, we had that one duckbill. It got hung up on the gear case for us after the first heat, and we didn't notice it. Took on some water, so not what we wanted in heat 2, but hopefully we'll come back tomorrow and be strong.
We've talked about the elements, the wind, everything that's been going on. Clearly the wind hasn't died. It's still pretty strong out there, and it's much different when you have no protection out there, because back here in the pits, there's a lot of protection. How have you been adjusting?
I trimmed down more than I normally do, run the boat a little lower. We saw Mark Schmierbach unfortunately blow over earlier, so trying to, learn from that and hopefully not repeat what he did.
Anything different for tomorrow that you're going to readdress maybe?
Yeah, I think we're going to jack the motor down a little bit so I can get some more trim underneath of it, hopefully pack a little bit more air going into the corner and get the RPMs up.
All right. Well, great job today, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
All right, guys.
All right, there we go, ladies and gentlemen. 1 minute drivers, 1 minute on the pole here in heat number 2. They call him Captain Canada, number 98, Aiden Benton, looking to do some damage here in heat number 2. 50 seconds, drivers, 50 seconds. But then he looks to his right, and his fellow Canadian in that Barrett Custom Marine, number 22, Kyle Maskell's right on his hip. Can he get a win here in heat number 2? 40 seconds, drivers, 40 seconds. Or will it be the 99 of Travis Yates, or the 34 of Jeff Reno, possibly the 13 of Grant Schubert? 30 seconds, drivers, 30 seconds. Then it's the 2 of Jensen, the 9 of Fleming. And then we look at Anderson, Tate, Mayo, and the rest of the field. Let's figure out who's going to win heat number 2. 20 seconds, drivers. You're under starters orders. A flag is up. He drops the flag. The first 10 come off the dock. Oh, no, the 22 of Maskell doesn't fire.
Maskell doesn't start, neither does Travis Yates.
That has got to be so frustrating for the 99, the 22 of Kyle Maskell, as well as the 99. Yates finally gets it fired. That second group gets off the dock. They're all over each other as you get down into turn number 1. Benton makes it clear, and now he's got to try to find a few clean laps.
Aiden Benton leading the way.
But look
Grant
at the 13.
Schubert right on his hip.
Woo! 13 of Grant Schubert is absolutely boogieing down there into turn number 1. Is he right on the outside hip of the 98 of Benton, and I think he's going to walk him like he's standing still going down the back straightaway. That's the thing. Aiden does have the inside line, but he bobbles a little bit there, porpoised halfway down the straightaway. That allowed the 13 of Grant Schubert to get out in front.
Grant's got some top end.
And this young driver has definitely shown, oh no, the 9 of Johnny Fleming pulls off as well. Looks like made up some damage on the left sponson there. I don't know what happened. But it looks like he might be trying to fall in line with the rest of the drivers.
Look who's coming up, number 17, Dylan Anderson.
Yeah, Anderson definitely knows he's got to put some work in. And look, he just flies by the 98 Aiden Benton, but he's going to have a hard time catching. Well, look out there. Jensen almost gets together with a 1 of Terry at the far end of the course. As no surprise, those leaders are battling back there.
Anderson got around Benton.
Oh, yeah, he is flying. The question is he going to have an answer for Schubert? Because Schubert, he has shown when he gets out in front in clean water, the kid knows what he's doing, and he can run it hard.
He will, and with him being up, it looks like Dylan has a little hard time setting the boat in 1 and 2.
Right.
So
how about John Jensen up in third in that Island Lake Marine sponsor entry? I mean, this just goes to show that when you've got skills, we're going to go 3 wide down the back straightaway. What is that?
Turn,
Love on
Jeremiah and Love.
They all go down into turn one. And
Jeremiah had to get out of it.
Yeah, he got squeezed hard. And then Kirk comes and just washes down the 24 Love. What a fantastic, that was a great move by Kerr there. He
Jeremiah
handled that corner
had to come
perfectly.
all the way to the outside, and here comes Tate up the inside now.
And this is expected. This is what the final is going to look like. They are going to be all over each other for all 17 minutes plus 1 lap. As we got 5 minutes, 56 seconds remaining here plus 1 lap. It's the 13 of Grant Schubert. He's way out in front. There's the 24 of Spencer Love. He's sitting back in 6th position as he's trying to get by the 71 of Jimmy Kerr. How about the 34 of Jeff Reno? He's sitting there in 4th, a veteran in his own right. He's not a guy that he's just going to roll over and move out of the way.
Jeff's got a lot of experience, and he's finally got some gremlins worked out. But Jared Jensen's having a hard time moving up at all.
Absolutely. I mean, that's because he's fighting the likes of Dustin Terry. He's having to worry about Chris Rinker.
Went over.
And that's going to slow him down big time coming out of turn 1. There's the 14 of Andrew Tate. I mean, he's way back there. Oh, no, the 98 of Aiden Benton. He pulls off the course. He's done again. The electrical gremlins continue for the 98 of Aiden Benton. Boy, Canada is not having a good day today here on the shores of the Neches River.
Dang.
Both drivers go out. One has one on the trailer. The other one now finally gets it refired. But there's the 14 of Andrew Tate. He's not anywhere near the front, but he is still in an absolute battle with the likes of Dustin Terry, Chris Rinker, and look at that. The 29 of Jared Jensen is in last place of boats on.
How much time we got? We got
4 minutes, 40 seconds plus 1 lap.
Okay, so Grant Schubert is going to have to deal with that pack of boats, and those are some fast boats.
And Dylan Anderson is probably the one that's most excited about that opportunity.
I'm sure because Dylan's looking at that like he's going to have some opportunities here. Grant, though, has got it running great, and he's just picking where he wants to go. Let's see what happens when he gets up to the fast guys.
Absolutely. There's the 52 of Rinker. He's doing battle with the 1 of Terry. As you can see, they're way back there.
They're slowing each other down.
Oh, absolutely. I mean,
by them keep battling like that, they're slowing each other down, and everybody's just pulling away from them.
Yep, and it looks like 8 of Mayo, the 71 of Kerr, and the 24 of Love, that group has been able to pull away. And it looks like, I apologize, the 34 of Jeff Reno either might have had a transponder issue or he might actually be a lap down. So he's not in that 5th position. You see there's Jensen in 3rd, Kerr in 4th, Spencer Love in 5th, followed by Jeremiah Mayo sitting in 6th. But they are all battling hard out here. There's the 52 of Rinker. Rinker is back in 10th position. Or 9th position.
9th.
I mean, for a guy who qualified 2nd, normally, 3 years ago, the guy who qualified 1st or 2nd would be halfway through the field at this point in the reverse order qualifying heat. Yet those drivers who finished 1, 2, and 3 find themselves still at the back of the pack here in heat number 2.
And Grant Schubert, in the meantime, in the lead, he's pulling up on him. So Grant cannot wait. He does not have that luxury because Dylan Anderson is pulling up on everybody right now.
Right, so I can imagine the crew chief in the 13 of Schubert's ears like, listen, man, you got to lay it down because he's coming and you're going to run up on these guys. So you got to figure out how you're going to get through them as quickly as possible if you can get through them. And all this, it might just be a back and forth battle for the remaining 2 minutes, 32 seconds plus 1 lap.
Keep your eye on the red 13 and the blue number 17. Those guys are leading the field, and they're coming up on Heat 1 race winner of Jared Jensen, if you can believe that.
That's just, I don't know if we've ever seen that before. That's absolutely insane. That is not a slow boat by any stretch of the imagination, and he's trying to stay on the lead lap here in heat number 2. There's the 13 of Schubert flashing. There's the 17 of Anderson, that big old 4-stroke on the back of that Anderson Marine Hoffman Composite Formula 1, and they are just battling. And then there's John Jensen. You know, honestly, you know who's probably having the best heat is John, because he's having a good spot, but he's also has enough freedom to be able to move around and get himself more comfortable.
He can go wherever he wants. He's got nobody pressuring him. But you watch coming up this front side, Grant is trying to turn right on the pin, and he's really slowing down to stay in lane 1, and Dylan's carrying more corner speed, and he's pulling up on him.
Yeah, but I think he sees those 2 4-strokes out there, and he knows the closer he gets, those outside lanes are going to get gobbled up by those 4-stroke guys. and the 29 of Jensen probably can't go pin to pin because he's got to stay with him. So maybe that inside lane 1 might be the best place for the 13 of Schubert to be, because the 17 of Anderson, as soon as he gets outside, side by side with him, he's going to have all the wash from those big 4 strokes out in front of him that are trying to hang on the lead lap.
Well, Dylan's able to put that thing where he wants it. A little wide on that turn between 1 and 2, cost him a little bit.
All right, we're under 1 minute plus 1 lap here in this second qualifying heat in Formula One. Grant Schubert is your leader. 1.27 seconds behind him is the 17 of Dylan Anderson. Then there's the big jump back to the 2 of John Jensen, who's all 10 seconds off the lead, followed by the 71 of Jimmy Kerr sitting in 4th. As they continue to push in this final minute here. Of Schubert continuing to fight hard and hold off the 17 of Dylan Anderson. We're going to stay with him here 18 minutes or 18 seconds plus 1 lap. So I would imagine by the time he comes around, we're going to see the white flag come out for the 13. That is going to put a cramp in the style of the 17 of Dylan Anderson, as he was hoping to have a few more laps to track down the young driver out of Richmond, Texas, running for Captain Mark Seafood. There's the white flag. Go fast, turn left. Look at that, perfect. He ran. That lap hit right as he crossed the start-finish line, or 1 additional lap. So he's just got to hang on for a couple more corners. He comes out of turn number 3. You know what? Hey, he did what was necessary. It may not have been perfect, but he did enough.
He's running the race he needs to run. So all he's got to do now is stay on the inside. Don't open the door for Dylan Anderson to take advantage of it.
All right, as he walks across the start-finish line, ladies and gentlemen, taking qualifying heat number 2, number 13, Mr. Grant Schubert. In second position, the 17 of Dylan Anderson makes up a ton of ground here in heat 2, and John Jensen back on the podium here in qualifying heat number 2 with a great third-place finish for Island Lake Marine. Now the battles continue. There's the 34 of Reno. He's going at it. The 71 of Kerr, then the 24 of Spencer Love, and the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo are all over each other. Now we're going to stay with the 1 of Dustin Terry and the 14 of Andrew Tate. Tate hangs on. He finishes inside the top 10. Then the 1 of Terry. Then the 52 of Rinker. Then the 29 of Jensen. Have you ever seen the top 3 from Heat 1 finish in the last 3 positions of Heat 2?
That just shows you how competitive this is and how close this field is.
Absolutely. I can imagine those 3 drivers are going to be like, dude, I literally ran the same race I did in Heat 1. How did I just get 11th? How does that happen?
We saw that in the qualifying, though. The qualifying was so tight. It one starting position makes a huge difference.
Right, and one accidental or too many taps of the trim button or not enough taps of the trim button for 1 millisecond is the difference between you being 1st and 4th in that qualifying, which definitely changed your starting order.
Well, when you only have the first 5 boats go through the first gate.
Right.
So when you're the second 5 and you got to go way outside through the start gate.
It hurts.
It hurts.
All right, let's take a look at a recap here. What a fantastic closeout to day 1 here in Port Neches. The 98 of Benton, he fires the 22 of Maskell, who we thought had a really good chance to win this thing. He didn't even get off the dock.
A great start.
Fantastic start. I think Reno might have ended up in that 4th position. But the 13 of Grant Schubert, once the Maskell bobbled and he was able to get by Benton, he was gone from the rest of the field. The only person who had any noise to make was the 17 of Dylan Anderson, but there were battles all over the course. This is a battle to stay inside the top 10. These 2 boats finished in the top 4 in the first heat, and they're just trying to hang on to a top 10 finish here in heat number 2. That man right there finished second, finished mid-pack. Probably the best performance from those top drivers in heat 1. He might be near the top in points through 2 qualifying heats.
Jimmy Kerr, another consistent heat. We were talking about him, and what, he got 5th the first heat?
Yep.
And he is,
I think, 4th or 5th this heat as well.
Yeah.
And obviously, with how competitive it is, a couple of 5s is a heck of a lot better than it normally would be in qualifying. But what a fantastic run it was. Let's take a look at a 13 of Grant Schubert, followed by the 17 of Dylan Anderson, the 2 of John Jensen, then the 34 of Jeff Reno. Great run by Reno.
Great run by Jeff.
And he needed it too. He won, wasn't the greatest for him. 71 of Jimmy Kerr, couple of 5s. Spencer Love, I think, is probably going to be your points leader with a 2 and a 6. Or because Jeremiah Mayo's got a 3 and an 8. And then you look at Jared Jensen. He's all the way back in 11th with Yates, Benton, Fleming, and Maskell all pulling off the course and not being able to complete qualifying heat number 2. Well, I would imagine, 1st to 5th were probably separated by about 5 points total.
It's gotta be very close.
Absolutely it does. And it looks like down into the pits, we're going to have a chance to chat with the winner of heat number 2 here. They're down with Sarah in the pits right now. Sarah, take it away.
Well, Grant, a little bit of a turn there for you in a good way. So a big old smile on your face, rightfully so. How'd you feel out there? Pretty solid.
Oh, man, I'm tired. I was tired. I'm worn out. I can't believe we pulled up on a pack of people who should not have been in that spot. I figured they were going to come back around and try and get me at some point. So I'm sitting there and I'm watching them just run each other all over the place. So obviously I have nowhere to go. I gave Dylan a great chance to come back and catch me, and he put up a great fight.
Yep. Anything you're going to change for tomorrow? We're hoping that the wind dies down a little bit, but we're looking to see maybe kind of what you're thinking to modify just a bit.
Man, after this heat, I don't think I'm changing a thing. I think I finally found it out.
All right. Well, congratulations. Nice job out there, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
All right, thanks, Sarah. Well, that was the 13 of Grant Schubert, a happy young man. He's getting
lucky 13.
He's getting a little more of these, right? You know, more podiums, better finishes. I remember, was it in Colorado? I mean, he held off Chris Rinker for like 26 laps, and I mean, they were all over each other. That confidence is building. The skill set is continuing to grow. He had he is now solely focused here on F1 in 2026 instead of splitting duties between Tri-Hull, and I think that was probably the reasoning behind it. It's like,
no, that definitely helps. That way you can focus on one thing, and it showed today. But,
absolutely.
You know, I think the big takeaway from today is the fact that it's so close in F1, and it's just flip-flopped the whole field. So these are going to be some extremely tight points.
Absolutely. They are all over each other after day 1 of racing here on Saturday, qualifying at round 2 of the IHRA Formula 1 Powerboat Series here in Port Neches. We've had blowovers, we've had barrel rolls, and we've had deck-to-deck racing all day long. And guess what? We're going to do it again tomorrow as we wrap up round 2, Sunday's racing action right here from downtown Port Neches, Texas for round 2 of the IHRA Formula 1 Powerboat Series. On behalf of Tim Siebel and the rest of it, thank you, God bless, good night, and we'll see you tomorrow afternoon.